Would the meeting please come to order? The time is 4:02. This is the January 27th, 2026 regular meeting of the Irvine City Council. At this time, I'd like to invite the clerk to please call the roll.
Councilmember Carroll.
Here.
Councilmember Go.
Here.
Councilmember Liu.
Here.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Here.
Councilmember Treseder.
Here.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Here.
And Mayor Agran.
Here. I would like to ask the clerk to tell people at home or where they might be watching, as well as those gathered here in the council chamber, how they might participate in this afternoon's meeting.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of our audience who wish to speak may submit their name into one of the speaker kiosks next to the city clerk or in the main lobby. We also offer the ability to provide live comments via Zoom and submit written comments through our e-comment system. For those who wish to participate virtually, visit zoom.us using any web browser or the Zoom app on smartphones or tablets and enter meeting ID 160-043-4844. The passcode is 272906. You may also dial in by calling 669-254-5252 or 669-250-5252 and entering the same meeting ID and passcode. Those who wish to provide comments via Zoom are asked to enter the speaker queue by raising their hand electronically. The city clerk will call your name and allow you to unmute your microphone at the appropriate time. Those dialing in by telephone will be identified by the last 3 digits of their telephone number. We ask that you please state your name for the record. The time limits per speaker are noted in the posted agenda and are established based on the number of requests submitted. All requests submitted after the first speaker is called shall receive 90 seconds. Those who wish to provide written comments may do so by clicking e-comment on the City Council meeting agenda webpage at cityofirvine.org/ICTV. All comments will be provided to the City Council as part of the meeting record and will be uploaded to the city's website. For technical assistance with Zoom before or during the meeting, please call 949-724-6078. For any other questions or assistance, please contact the City Clerk's office at 949-724-6205 or via email at clerk@cityofirvine.org. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, City Clerk Carl Peterson. Our first item on the agenda today is a closed session. At this time, I'd like to turn to our city attorney, who will describe what's on the closed session agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. We have 3 items up for closed session consideration this afternoon. The first and third are both conferences with legal counsel concerning items of existing litigation under Government Code Section 54956.9D1. The first item is Christopher Lance versus City of Irvine, Orange County Superior Court Case Number 30-2023-01370018. The second item is United States of America et al. Versus Live Nation Entertainment et al., United States District Court for the Southern District of New York, case number 24-CV-3973. The remaining item on for closed session consideration is a conference with real property negotiators. This is under Government Code Section 54956.8. The property at issue is portions of assessor's parcel numbers 104-11897 and 767. Agency negotiators are Sean Crumby, the city manager, Pete Carmichael, the assistant city manager, Jeffrey Melching, the city attorney, and the negotiating parties are the City of Irvine, and Nicole Burdett as president of Brookfield Southern California Land LLC, Brookfield Residential. Under negotiation are price and terms of payment, and that's all.
Thank you. I'd like to turn to our city clerk once again to ask if there are any requests for public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. There are no requests to speak.
There being no requests at this time, we will convene to closed session, and we expect to return here promptly at 5 o'clock. Thank you. come to order. The council, having been in closed session, is now reconvened. Mr. Melching, our city attorney, is there any reportable action from our closed session?
No, Mayor, there was no reportable action this afternoon.
There being none, we'll move on then to the balance of our meeting here. What I'd like to do in a moment is ask for everybody to rise for the for the Pledge of Allegiance, and if you would, after you've risen for the pledge and we've done the pledge, we'll announce the balance of the agenda. Thank you. And tonight, I'd like to have Councilmember Liu lead us in the pledge. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. Tonight, we have what is for us an invocation that is going to be a first, because at this time it's my pleasure to welcome Danielle Hansen, writer in residence at the University of California, Irvine, right down the street, who also serves as the inaugural Poet Laureate for the city of Costa Mesa. I have a little further information by way of introduction, and have been informed in advance that she is going to be providing a further introduction to her presentation. Ms. Hansen is the author of the upcoming collection of poems, The Night is What It Eats, winner of the Elixir Press Prize, and has previously written the collections Frayne Edge of Sky, winner of the, I hope I'm pronouncing this correctly, Cod Hill Press Poetry Prize. Also written Ambushing Water, which was the finalist for the Georgia Author of the Year Award. Tonight, Ms. Hansen will be reading her self-written poem entitled Foggy Morning Hike. And with that, I'd like to introduce Ms. Hansen to come forward. Welcome. Let's give her a round of applause.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having me here to speak today to the citizens of Irvine. It's an honor to be here. As was mentioned in my introduction, I'm the Poet Laureate of Costa Mesa. This is a position I'm very excited to hold. Poetry and art have the ability to connect people, promote change in people and societies, expose where we can do better, improve people's days and distribute positivity, create empathy and understanding, and allow people to feel heard and seen. The poet Ed Hirsch tells us that poetry and that art really happen in the space between the poet and the reader or the observer. That art is the intersection between those two minds. In a similar way, poet laureates have a role at the intersection of the public and individual spaces, creating something that is shared among people. Another quote I'd like to bring to the council today comes from Biden's inaugural poet, Amanda Gorman, who states, "The decision to create, the artistic choice to have a voice, the choice to be heard, is the most political act of all. Poetry is political because it is preoccupied with people." As a government position, poet laureates have access to bring poetry into public spaces. It's my goal in my position to bring poetry to where the citizens of Costa Mesa are already gathered. We had a lot of events in the past year, and we have a lot of events planned for the coming year. I would love to encourage the city of Irvine to elect its own poet laureate, and I look forward to working with that poet. I tell my students at UC Irvine that poetry does its work in a few different ways. One is to take a personal experience and make it universal, which can lead to a greater understanding and empathy among people through shared experiences in a way that connects the reader and the listener. Another way poetry works is to make the universal personal, tying injustice or climate concerns, for example, to an experience of an individual to show its impact. Poetry is also really good at making the ordinary extraordinary, and therefore making something special by giving it attention. These types of poems can help you see something common in a new light. As a believer in the power of poetry and art in public spaces, I'm going to read a poem in this public space. The poem I'm about to read is about an ordinary moment in life, an individual moment that took place in a public shared space here in Irvine, and that has a connection to the natural world. I row with the women's masters team at the Newport Aquatic Center, and this poem I wrote one early morning when the fog was too thick for us to go row, so instead I walked in the UCI Nature Preserve. Foggy morning hike. There are spiders of the air and spiders of the ground, racket and basket of web lit with dew. The sun is hung over from drinking too much of air and dim and indistinct just up over the hill. A passing jogger tells a myth about a coyote, and every turned corner is now adventure, but of course the hill hound is gone, crouched low under sagebrush, sunk into ground like that same dew caught by spider. A vireo cocks his head at me. What am I doing here? I question whether I'm still wild enough for this morning. Rowing was, of course, canceled, but I saw a man in a canoe become smaller into the ocean. As the world recedes, I feel myself grow larger until I am all that is left in this world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, and I think some of us will want to talk with you about your experience as poet laureate in Costa Mesa, and maybe Irvine needs to establish that position here in our own city of Irvine. So will you help us if we wish to do that? All right. Thank you again so much. Much appreciated. Next, we have presentations. Would the clerk identify the two presentation items this evening?
Thank you, Mayor. Our two presentations for tonight. Item 2.1 is a proclamation recognizing January 27th, 2026 as International Holocaust Remembrance Day. And our second presentation is an update on the Irvine Public Library.
Thank you. So our first presentation, proclaiming January 27th, 2026 as International Holocaust Remembrance Day, was agendized at the request of Council Members Liu and Treseder, which includes a proclamation recognizing January 27th, 2026 as International Holocaust Remembrance Day. Before we proceed with the presentation, I'd like to invite those who are participating electronically via Zoom to raise their hand electronically if they'd like to speak on this item at this time. City Clerk, are there any members of the public who wish to speak on presentation item 2.1?
Thank you, Mayor. We have 4 requests to speak. We have 3 in person and 1 on Zoom.
3 present here and 1 on Zoom. All right. Will those speakers be heard at this time? Very well. And then if you would call the first speaker.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could call forward Alan Meyerson, Jason Garshfield, and Janine. And we'll start with Mr. Meyerson.
And each speaker will be given up to 3 minutes. Welcome.
Good evening, council members. Alan Meyerson. I just wanted to briefly say, wanted to thank Councilmember Treseder and Councilmember Liu for putting this on the agenda. I find it interesting that this is actually Holocaust Remembrance Day on the calendar, and it being on a council day, to me, that's not a coincidence. That's something that's meant to be. My family comes from Lithuania and Russia. I have not been able to find out if they were affected by the Holocaust, but a lot of people obviously were. I'm a Jew. I'm proud to be a Jew. I will always be a Jew. And tonight, I just want to express my condolences and my heartfelt sympathies to anyone who lost someone in the Holocaust. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Jason Garshfield.
Welcome.
Thank you. So I'd like to thank Council Members Liu and Treseder, but I'd like to thank every single one of you, since I think it's a reasonable assumption that this will pass unanimously as it did last year. The interesting thing about, so with regards to the Holocaust, last year was the 80th anniversary. I mentioned that the problem that we face is that it is now passing out of living memory. That rings truer this year. And unfortunately, once we lose the living memory of an event like that, the likelihood that we'll have to relearn the same lessons increases. So we have seen an increase in Holocaust denial. And the interesting thing about Holocaust denial is that it seeds a moral premise, which is that the atrocities of the Nazi regime are so indefensible that they must be denied if that regime is to be rehabilitated. What we're facing now, and I'm not going to dignify certain people by naming their names, but anybody who's been paying political attention is aware of some of these names. What we're facing now is a group of people who don't feel the need to deny the Holocaust because they don't particularly care whether it happened or not. Now, we've seen this phenomenon on both sides of the aisle. We've seen it with regards to October 7th denial, although I will say, if it can be called a defense, that at least the people doing that recognized that October 7th was so bad it needed to be denied. And we have seen on the Republican side of the aisle some of the most prominent commentators platform Holocaust deniers, and those same commentators be invited to the White House to meet with the president. I will also say on that topic that there is something in the world which, although no comparison can directly be made from one to the other, resembles the Holocaust more than almost anything that has occurred in recent years. And it's happening right now in Iran, where the Islamic regime, I'm not going to dignify them by calling them a republic, has murdered, by reputable accounts, thousands, tens of thousands of its citizens. We don't know what's going on. The internet's been off there for 2 weeks. It will likely be many years before the full scope of what has happened there is made public. But tonight, I think we should all take a moment to think about what's going on over there. Thank you.
Janine?
Welcome.
Thank you. So I also wanted to thank the City Council, my council member Melinda Liu and Councilmember Treseder for bringing the proclamation for International Holocaust Remembrance Day to the agenda. I think this is a great example of Irvine's diversity and inclusion. Being from the Jewish community, which is a very small minority, even in a city such as Irvine, it's very important that seminal events such as the Holocaust, which has impacted Jewish people, our collective consciousness, and our identity throughout the world. So I feel like this is a great example of how Irvine values its minorities, it includes them, and it makes sure to support diversity. One of the questions that I've always asked myself is, I never understand, how does a Holocaust happen? How do people all of a sudden think it's okay to kill another group of people? I don't know if you've ever asked yourself about that regarding the Holocaust. But one of the things that I've noticed lately, which I think when I go to like a Holocaust museum, I see, when you look at the timeline, it doesn't start with the concentration camps. It starts with the public information, the othering and the demonization of an ethnic group, whatever it is, religious, ethnic, etc. And when that rhetoric is allowed, it's not even true, but when that rhetoric is allowed to continue to be broadcast in public spaces and to be repeated over and over and over, it's no longer an intellectual discussion. It's not something we can talk about or we can debate. It's now an emotional response. And it's really hard to get people to change their emotional responses. So I really hope that this council remains conscious, both through its DEI activities, through public comment, or wherever you are, that allowing demonization and othering in these public spaces helps reinforce that repetition of negative othering and demonization. So I would never want to see a Holocaust here in Irvine. I don't think we're going that way, but there's a lot of stuff out there that makes me very nervous. So anyway, I just want to thank you. I really appreciate you doing this. And I guess that's it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Eric Nishanian. Mr. Nishanian, you may unmute your mic.
Thank you very much, council members, Mayor Agran. Just want to point out that only 3 people spoken supported this proclamation. I don't see anybody from Ms. Liu or Ms. Treseder's districts coming here and saying that they support this proclamation. And this is really political. Last year, the city did not recognize the Armenian genocide. The city does not recognize the Nakba. When I commented about how Israel supported Azerbaijan in cleansing ethnic Armenians from their ancestral homelands in Artsakh, people like Jason Garshfeld said, well, that's okay because Armenia supports Iran. So, you know, what you guys are doing here with all this We Are Irvine and picking and choosing sides is picking and choosing sides, and that is political. And you're putting politics over people. And it doesn't look good. For instance, let's talk about the chaplain, Rabbi Richard Steinberg, who has 25 years at the congregation down the street, but was involved in genocide denial on behalf of the Anti-Defamation League, of which he was a member. And they were involved in genocide denial, the denial of the Armenian genocide, lobbying against U.S. recognition on behalf of Israel and Turkey up until 2015. He hasn't denied this. I've mentioned it plenty of times, but he's still the chaplain of the city, one of the chaplains of the city. If he was involved in Holocaust denial, he wouldn't be there. He wouldn't be sitting on the Orange County Human Relations Commission. What are you guys doing? There's nobody here speaking up in support of it other than Mr. Garfield, Mr. Meyerson, and that lady who's really ignorant about things. Zionist Jews were negotiating with Nazi Germany. Look up the Hanvara Agreement to silence German Jews, to boycott to prevent German Jews from boycotting Nazis. Nazi Germany. Zionist Jews used Nazis to create Israel. And what they do, they ran people out of their homes, Arabs out of their homes. Nobody talks about that. And if you bring it up, they say that that's anti-Semitism. Well, even the term anti-Semitism has been stolen. Semites don't only include Jews, and Jews weren't the only ones that were killed in the Holocaust. Now, Mr. Meyerson, I acknowledge what you said about you don't know if it affected you. Well, the Armenian genocide affected my family. All right? And when this city doesn't recognize it, and then it comes around and recognizes yours, what it's saying is that some are more important than others. That's not kindness, Larry. And you notice that Larry never recognized, he didn't recognize any Jewish holidays in December. He didn't come out and say, hey, happy Hanukkah, community. So what is all this talk about kindness and inclusivity when we fit?
Thank you. Your time is up, and that is all, Mayor.
Thank you. That concludes the public comments. So at this time, I'd like to turn things over to Council Members Liu and Treseder, and to allow them the opportunity to invite forward our special guests and present the proclamation.
Good evening. Today we recognize International Holocaust Remembrance Day, marking the 81st anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz-Birkenau. Irvine has been home to a robust Jewish community for decades. We pride ourselves as the most diverse and integrated city and assume our role as government officials to ensure all of our residents are safe and feel supported. With the rise of anti-Semitism across the nation, we in Irvine want to make sure our 5 synagogues in the Mirage Jewish Community Center, which draws in members of the Jewish faith from across Orange County, feel safe within our city. Today, we invite Julie Hyman of the Jewish Community Action Network to receive this proclamation on behalf of the Jewish community. Julie, if you can come down. JCAN has been instrumental in helping the city prepare today's proclamation, and we also want to thank everybody else who had contributed to the drafting of this. And if you don't mind, I would like to read the proclamation, and I will need my reading glasses on. Whereas the UN General Assembly passed a resolution in November 2005 to designate the 27th of January as the International Day of Commemoration in memory of the victims of the Holocaust. And whereas since 2005, the UN and its member states have held commemoration ceremonies to mark the anniversaries of the liberation of Auschwitz-Birkenau camp and to honor the victims and survivors of the Holocaust. And whereas this year, on International Holocaust Remembrance Day, the city of Irvine commemorates the 81st anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz-Birkenau. And whereas Jews were the primary victims of the Holocaust, but they were not alone, as 5 million other people were murdered in Nazi concentration camps as part of a carefully orchestrated state-sponsored program of cultural, social, and political annihilation under the Nazi regime. And whereas we must teach our children and future generations that the individual and communal acts of heroism during the Holocaust serve as a powerful example of how our nation and its citizens can and must respond to acts of hatred and inhumanity. And whereas the purpose of International Holocaust Remembrance Day is to serve as a date of the official commemoration of the victims of the Nazi regime, and to promote Holocaust education throughout the world. And whereas the city of Irvine joins its Jewish community to honor International Holocaust Remembrance Day and encourages all community members to reflect on this day of remembrance. Now, therefore, the City Council of the City of Irvine does hereby declare January 27th of each year as International Holocaust Remembrance Day in the city of Irvine and encourages all community members to reflect on this day of remembrance. And we would like to invite Julie to say a few words.
Councilmember Liu, Councilmember Treseder, and to the whole council, it's such an honor to be here to have you recognize this day. And I want to thank also my partners from Federation and from ADL, prominent community members here with us. We are really grateful to the council. It's a particularly frightening time right now for the Jewish community. The latest hate crimes report in Orange County showed a 71% spike in anti-Semitic hate crimes, 25% spike in hate crimes overall. They're frightening. People are afraid to decorate for Hanukkah just this last holiday season. So it's especially important to recognize what can happen if people aren't vigilant. And if you'll indulge me for just a moment, we Jews are a small tribe, and so this isn't just numbers for us, it's deeply personal. And I'd like to share just very briefly, this is Danny Hyman, who, sitting between me and my husband, he is one of my favorite people in the world. He is about to turn 100. He wrote his memoirs, and I'm holding a manuscript of it here. And he recalls, he was born in Germany in 1926. When he was 12 years old, Kristallnacht happened, which was the night of broken glass. And his parents, reading the writing on the wall, were able to get him sent out of the country. And he's now writing from what became the State of Israel. It didn't exist yet, but he says, writing from his 13-year-old perspective, mainly I remember my bar mitzvah, for who were not there, my parents. And then before I went to bed, something happened that I can't rationally explain. He talks about how he realized he doesn't have to take a shower because there's nobody in the world that actually cares whether or not he's properly taking care of himself. And he thinks to himself, no, I'm going to act as my parents would have had me act. Notwithstanding what he went through, he's become a spectacularly optimistic and resilient person. I don't know how. But as Janine said earlier, what happened to him and to 6 million other families, it didn't happen in a vacuum and it didn't happen overnight. It happened because good people in elected office didn't act when they could have. And I am so grateful to this council for taking action when you can. Thank you.
I would now like to welcome representatives from the local Jewish organizations and temples who've joined us here today. Representative members and organizations include the Jewish Community Action Network. Is there a representative? Oh, welcome. The Jewish Federation of Orange County. The Anti-Defamation League. The Mirage Jewish Community Center of Orange County. And Rabbi Senior of the Beth Jacob Congregation. And finally, we would like to welcome my council colleagues to join us for photos as well.
Let's move forward.
Move forward.
We do have one last responsibility. First, let me thank everybody for the presentation of this evening, for the participants, participating groups. I want to especially thank my colleagues, Council members Treseder and Liu. And at this time, I would like to move adoption of the proclamation.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Treseder. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treseder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
And Mayor Agran.
Yes.
Carry 7-0.
Thank you. Thank you all. Next, we move to presentation item 2.2. Would the clerk please identify this item by title and subject?
Thank you, Mayor. Item 2.2 is Irvine Public Library update.
Excellent. Let me turn to staff, ask them to please introduce themselves, and we look forward to this presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor Agran and City Council members. I'm
going to ask you to do one thing. Would you lower your screen a little bit so I can see your face? No, push it down. Is that it?
Sit up.
We're going to have to give you a cushion next
Yeah,
time.
I know. Phone book, maybe. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. My name is Julie Zioli. I'm the city librarian, and with me is Chris Slama, Director of the Community and Library Services. We're here today to give a brief update on the Irvine Public Library System. So the library continues to progress through this growth phase while updating and refining procedures at both the Heritage Park and University Park libraries. Since opening, the library has delivered over 400 programs, serving more than 18,000 attendees. We've circulated over 150,000 items, issued more than 28,000 library cards, and benefited from over 700 volunteer hours. We are grateful for the participation and support from the community, our Friends of the Library groups, and city staff. We are also pleased to report that the next branch to open within the Irvine Public Library System will be the Katie Wheeler Library. As a reminder, this facility remained under County of Orange management through December 31st, 2025, and the City of Irvine received access in early January. Since receiving access, the city is undertaking a series of efforts, including interior refreshes with new paint and furniture, preparation and installation of necessary information technology infrastructures, a comprehensive deep cleaning of the facility, and the recruitment and training of staff to support library operations. Concurrently, staff has been developing a new collection of books, magazines, and audiovisual materials. Staff have also begun hosting public-facing programs, including story times on the adjacent county property, to maintain community engagement in advance of the opening. We've also signed an MOU agreement with the Friends of the Katie Wheeler Library, who run the used bookstore located within the library. Finally, we are excited to officially announce that the city anticipates opening the Katie Wheeler Library for full operations on Saturday, March 7th. Additional information regarding the opening will be available on the library's website at irvinepubliclibrary.org. In addition to ongoing efforts of increased services, library staff have initiated development of the city's first comprehensive, data-driven library master plan. A request for proposals was issued on January 8th and will close on February 25th. The master plan will serve as a strategic roadmap for building and operating a fully municipal, modern, innovative, and community-centered library system. It will guide long-term decision-making related to facilities, operations, programs, staffing, and technology over a 20-year planning horizon. The selected consultant will evaluate the current state of library operations, benchmark Irvine's library system against regional and national best practices, assess future community and demographic trends, and provide actionable recommendations related to facilities, services, and partnerships to meet both current and future needs. The master plan will articulate a long-range vision defining the role of libraries as community anchors for learning, creativity, and connection, and will establish guiding principles and performance measures that advance equality, accessibility, sustainability, innovation, and adaptability, consistent with the city's general plan. Work under the master plan is anticipated to commence in May, with completion within an 18-month timeframe. In tandem, staff are also advancing updated conceptual designs for a future main library at the Great Park. On October 28, 2025, the Irvine City Council adopted a resolution to formally incorporate and expeditiously build a main library in the northern section of the Great Park framework, and to explore funding options outside those identified in Phase 1. Staff have re-engaged the architectural firm Johnson Favreau to update conceptual renderings and to evaluate potential construction cost implications. This includes additional opportunities for public engagement. Finally, staff will begin preliminary discussions regarding future lease opportunities for the Katie Wheeler and University Park libraries, as the existing leases for these facilities are scheduled to expire within the next 3 to 5 years. As noted in these lease agreements, the city and county, upon mutual agreement, can meet and confer regarding a potential extension. That concludes our presentation for this evening, and we're happy to answer any questions.
All right. At this point, I'd like to turn to my colleagues at the dais and ask if they have any questions or comments that they'd like to direct to staff. I'll tell you what, I'll start it off. I was trying to do the calendaring here. It sounded to me as though the master plan, which would be underway this spring, we hope, right?
So currently, we have an open RFP, request for proposals, out right now. After that, we'll engage with potential firms, go through a selection process, and anticipate awarding a potential bid around the May timeframe. And then after that, we would begin preparatory efforts to start to engage the public.
That sounds more like summer by the time we
Correct.
actually identify.
It's likely more closer to summer before.
And then 18 months after that, we would anticipate the final master plan being put before the then sitting city council for consideration and adoption. Is that correct?
Correct. It could take upwards of 12 to 18 months for full completion.
So end of 27, early 28.
Correct.
All right. And will there be considerable outreach to the community?
Extensive outreach, that is correct,
Okay.
both to community public meetings as well as our stakeholders.
And that master plan would include considerations of expansion of existing facilities?
It will look at existing facilities as well as future expansion of other facilities as well, correct.
All right. And also, I presume some of the suggestions that have been made to lease additional space in the short term, those would be considered in putting together the master plan. And how about mobile library services?
It's definitely alternative or mobile library services are all a part of the things that we will be exploring for future operations.
Excellent. Let me just take this opportunity to thank you both and those who work with you for the very smooth transition that's taken place. We've got a lot of work to do, I think. This is one area where Irvine is just way, way behind. I know as the services continue to improve that we will want to close that gap between what we have by way of library facilities and services and what we need going forward. So it's an exciting time as well as kind of a daunting challenge, but I'm so grateful that we have just such outstanding people on board, and I want to take this opportunity to thank you. All right, next Councilmember Betty Martinez-Franco.
Hi, thank you. Thank you so much for the work that you always do. I just recently requested the city manager to talk to you, and I don't know if he did. He had the opportunity to start negotiations with the county about the recent lease opportunities that with the county. We understand that we need to start working on that. Still, we have time. And I wanted to make sure that you are aware that that was a request that I did. I don't know if I need to put a memo, Mr. Melching, do I need to put a memo in order to request negotiations for University Park?
Yes, if it's going to be council directed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I was told that I didn't need to put a memo. So I will come back with that, but that's one of the requests that I wanted to do. Thank you.
If I could, Councilmember Martinez-Franco and Mr. Melching, correct me if I'm wrong, but there is some flexibility with the leases as they're written for the staff to engage with the county as long as it's before 6 months of the termination of the agreement. So I believe we can start discussing that option with them.
Councilmember Martinez-Franco, I'm happy to say that everybody's right. The staff does have the ability to commence those negotiations on their own initiative. I took your question to mean whether the council was going to mandate that they do that. And for the council to take that action, it would take an agenda memo. But it sounds as though staff's going to do it on their own.
And if I might add, we have had discussions about beginning those conversations as soon as possible.
Yes, thank you.
At this time, I'll turn to our city clerk. Do we have requests for public comment?
We do, Mayor. We have 6 requests to speak.
Excellent. Please call them if you would. How many are in person and how many are remote?
They are all in person.
All in person. All right. A lot of interest in this. Please call them.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could call forward Sandy Peck, Victory Allen, Allison Walter, Jason Garshfield, and Micaela Gonzalez Montaner, and Lee Handy. And we'll start with Sandy Peck.
Welcome.
Oh, here.
I see.
Okay. No, Vicki, right here. Okay.
I see some
Go ahead. Just tell them what you're doing.
good friends of the library who are joining us to be heard tonight. So please go right ahead.
Go ahead. Good evening, Mayor Agran and council members. My name is Victory Allen, and I've spoken to you before, but I have company. My very best friend, Sandy Peck, is with me tonight. And we are both long-term residents of University Park, and of course we're here about University Park Library and Bookstore. I'm going to start with the number 100. Sandy and I just recently came to the conclusion, we came to this, we figured out that between the two of us, the volunteer time that we have given to the University Park Library equals 100 years. Now, most people are, their volunteer time is done in hours or minutes or days, but ours is 100 years the two of us have given to University Park. We've loved every minute of it. The University Park, the library, and the bookstore.
I'm Sandy Peck. I've lived in University Park for 50 years. I was part of the founding member of the University Park Friends of the Library, which started in 1974. I was the first vice president, but the president left, so I was the first president. And I have been the president for several times over 50 years, and I helped run the bookstore. For 30 years, I sorted books. And I really want to talk about the power of the bookstores. And I don't know if you council members have visited the used bookstores of all 3 libraries, but they are fantastic. And over our 40 years, you'll find this hard to believe, but University Park Friends of the Library have contributed over $1.5 million to the University Park Library, selling $1 books and the wonderful donations given by our community. Another thing that we did, I would say 25 years ago, we urged the County of Orange to purchase Asian language books for the library. We funded that, and we've given over $200,000 for Asian language books. And the whole community of Irvine have used that collection, as well as Orange County, and it was such a good collection that people from Los Angeles came to use it. So our tiny little library of 10,000 square feet has served this whole community for 50 years. Now, unfortunately, when we separated from the county, they took the Asian language collection. And so we now have to rebuild that. And I do work as I have a shift at the bookstore, and I've had many patrons come in and say, where are the Asian books? Well, we are here to help the library get more Asian books. Thank you very much.
Thank you both, and thank you so much for your years of service.
Go ahead. I have 2 sentences. Through pregnancies, pandemics, and sometimes out-and-out pandemonium, Sandy and I have prevailed for to give 100 years of service. And we are currently working, and we hope that the University Park Library will prevail for 100 years.
Please, we beg of you, save our library. Okay.
Onward. Thank you both so much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Allison Walter.
Take my hand.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you for having me. And I'd like to thank Julie Zioli and Chris Slama for your work. Thank you for all of the work for the Irvine Public Libraries project, and mostly thank you for putting University Park Library back into it. This decision recognizes that while a large central library is definitely needed, a library is what counts for a neighborhood. I urge that more neighborhood libraries within 5 to 10-minute walking distance for residents be created, because they create unity and support literacy in the community. They provide walkable access to books, events, and digital resources for all different communities within Irvine. Accessibility encourages frequent visits from children to seniors. UPL once offered not only story time for children, but also cultural gatherings for teens and adults. In past years, UPL hosted evenings of Persian poetry, book clubs for seniors, and talks with writers, all happening at the library itself, organized by the staff that knew and understood the library's patrons. I hope that University Park Library will again offer these events. Thank you again for working to keep UPL's doors open, and hopefully its programs thriving. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Jason Garshfield.
Welcome.
Thank you. So I'd also like to say a word in support of University Park. I've been going there since I was a kid, and I volunteered there shelving books as a teenager. It's a real staple of the community. It's a beautiful place to study, to get work done, and the Friends of the Library is incredible. You never know what you're going to get there, but at best, you can find some book you'd waste $20 on Amazon for $1 or $2. I got a whole set of vintage Shakespeare books for $5. It's incredible. I've gotten to know Victory very well over the years, and so I've probably contributed half of the $1.5 million. It's a real addiction, a serious problem. But yeah, please, by all means, keep the University Park Library going. Thank you.
Thank you.
Micaela.
Hi, everyone. My name is Michaela Gonzalez-Montana. I'm a resident of District 5. I, too, am a University Patron Library, or University Park Library patron. I just, of course, want to thank staff for the report. I hate to be greedy, but it was a wonderful report, and we would love to see even more on this. We've all been waiting anxiously for this report, and things like what data is driving the master plan, like how are we thinking, how are we making these decisions, how are you envisioning this, and what's going into this RFP, things like that. For better or for worse, we're all very enthusiastic. And further to that, too, all of the stats you gave, very encouraging, but also would love to know how you feel about those stats and how does that compare to what was happening in OCPL? How far do we have to go? Are we there already? Forgive my ignorance, I don't know those numbers, so would love to have them explained to me. I'd also like to thank Betty and staff, both of you, for your enthusiasm regarding the University Park Library and revisiting those leases. Conversations on that front have been encouraging. I will say, why don't we buy it? We could think about that as well. So I know it's not easy, and I want you to know as a community, we're trying to do our part. We have a conditional meeting coming up with Katrina Foley, and we will be looking to all of you for guidance on how we can make the most of that time and obviously support and not thwart your efforts. Let's see, I would also like to say, zooming out, because this isn't about University Park, this is about the Irvine Public Library system, and I think it's really easy to lose sight of that sometimes. Zooming out, I've had the privilege of connecting with all the FOLs, existing and in formation, and I've been very encouraged by everyone's passion for their libraries, but also an understanding that this is a library ecosystem, and we all do want to reinforce and support one another. It's very easy for me to see the case for University Park. We are like Turtle Rock and University Hills, their default library, as much as we are University Parks. And we also know that we're a sort of pressure reliever on Heritage Park and eventually on Katie Wheeler. We all work together, and we are very passionate about the future, of course, and these amazing, amazing libraries you will build us, but we also want to get there, and we don't want to lose any libraries in the process. We love the idea of innovation. Everything Allison Walters said about walkability, making these, they don't have to be amazing, they can be simple. We just want to make sure that this is a resource that is accessible to everyone across town. And with that, I will go sit down. Thank you,
Michaela. Thank you.
Lee Handy.
Welcome.
Thank you. It's a hard act to follow, I must say. But I'm Lee Handy, and I'm a strong supporter of our Irvine Public Libraries. We are so fortunate now to have our own library system. But before I get into what I'm here to say, I want to thank you, Councilmember Betty Martinez-Franco, for bringing up the need to enter into negotiations with the county starting now. If we wait until we have 6 months left on our lease, that's just not enough time. I think the time is ripe. You know, we have a new CEO for the county. We have new members here from Irvine who can do the negotiations. I really hope that begins very soon. Thank you for that. But I just want to say, 6 months ago, we were here for the opening on that hot August day. A couple of my dear friends, we were all sweating out there in front of Heritage, and then came over to University Park and saw the opening of our own public library system. We have been under the administration of the county for so long. While we contributed a lot to the county, we did not get back what we needed from the county. And so now this ship is guided by us, and I am thrilled. In fact, I'm going to digress. Another wonderful thing about living and being a resident of Irvine is our public records department. I don't know if you all know this, but I'd heard that we had an RFP, a request for proposals that had been issued to find a consultant to help our library group plan the master plan. Well, I submitted my request. They spent some time. And here we are this afternoon. We have this magnificent RFP. I'm an old contracts person, so I love reading things like RFPs, requests for proposals. But when I looked at this and saw some of the beautiful things that are in it, for example, the scope includes evaluating regional partnerships, joint use opportunities, fire station and library for anybody, like Corona Del Mar has, an adaptive reuse of our existing or community facilities. I was thrilled. So I really, anyone who has some spare time and wants to read 45 pages of a lovely RFP, do it, and I'll be glad to discuss it with you. But the other reason I'm here today is to talk about one development I would really like to see, and that's the creation of a library advisory committee.
Your time is up.
Why don't you take 15 seconds and see if you could sum up.
Okay, as we said, we're working on the master plan. I think if we had a library advisory committee, it could be composed of existing commissioners, have district representation, and also can contain members at large from the community. There is so much creativity that could come from using people from many different backgrounds to work together to develop a master plan that will provide an extraordinary library system for our city of Irvine. We are better together. I hope we do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that is all, Mayor.
That concludes our public comments. I'd like to turn to my colleagues, but while it's on my mind, before I recognize Councilmember Treseder, will you be returning to us perhaps when the RFP is awarded?
Absolutely, yes. We will.
And that should be by early summer, right?
We're looking to award in May and then kick off early summer. So by May, we can come back with information to the council about moving forward.
I'm going to suggest, too, that this idea of a library advisory committee as the master plan is being developed, that maybe when you next come back to us, you have given some thought to that, and maybe the council might wish to take action on creating a library advisory committee, at least through the master planning process. Just a thought, all right?
Absolutely, and if I could just add to that, there has been some discussion at the commission level with the Community and Library Services Commission about a subcommittee that could sort of liaise with the community and assist us through the master planning process.
Whatever ideas you have organizationally, please bring them back to us. I think we'd like to hear them at that time. Councilmember Treseder.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate all your hard work on this, and I'm very excited about how the libraries are coming along. I just wanted to follow up from the comment from the Friends of the Library. They mentioned that they don't have a lot of Asian language books in their holdings, and I was wondering if there's a plan to bring those in.
Yeah, so part of the original lease agreement was the county, absorbed quite a bit of the materials, or not quite a bit. I mean, we kept about 75%, but they took some others. And yes, we are currently working very proactively to build our collections back up to what they should be. It does take a little bit of time to get the materials in, shelf ready, ordered, all that kind of stuff. But yes, we are very actively ordering materials as we speak every day.
Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Liu.
Thank you. As a follow-up, has it been considered that maybe we could reach out to other organizations around the city that may have, as I know, Chinese Culture Center, I'm aware that they have a surplus of Chinese language books. Maybe we can reach out to them and see if they have any that they're willing to part with and share with us. I know that my mother personally has a huge collection that she's looking to donate, so, we can maybe open that up to groups around.
Absolutely, great idea. We do actively take donations as well, so thank you.
Thank you. I think that concludes this item. At this time, since this is a receive and file item, I don't believe we need a motion. Again, thank you to our staff. Keep us advised. Everybody here is pretty excited about the progress we've made, but the progress we want to make going forward. Thanks for all your hard work. That that concludes our presentations this evening. And now we move to public comments on non-agendized items. This is an opportunity within a half-hour total time for members of the public to be heard as to items of their interest and relevant to our city, but that are not on the printed agenda. Therefore, this slot of time is allowed for non-agendized public comment. Mr. Peterson, are there requests to be heard under this item?
There are, Mayor. We have 17 requests to speak.
17. So let's make it 90 seconds. I'll tell you what, let's make it up to 2 minutes, but close the queue at this time, if you would. With that, please begin.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could call Kirsten Buen, Laura Molina Tiem, Susan Sayer, Wing Chow, and Joanne. And we'll start with Kirsten.
Thank you and welcome. Please pull the microphone down a little bit. There you go.
Hi. Thank you. Good evening, Mary Agran and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Kirsten Buen. I'm a nurse and health services researcher, and I've had the privilege of caring for most of my career for adults and older adults with serious illness. I'm here as an Irvine resident in District 2, working mom and daughter of 2 older adults. Irvine is a city that thoughtfully plans for the future. As our older adult population continues to grow, I think we have both an opportunity and a responsibility to ensure our local infrastructure supports older adults and their families. Tonight, I respectfully ask the council to consider amending city policy to allow licensed adult day programs within residential homes. Adult day programs provide structured daytime supervision, social engagement, meals, and supportive services for older adults with physical or cognitive limitations. They allow older adults to remain with their families at night and on weekends, preserving connection and independence while supporting family members who work full-time during the week. Currently, Irvine does not permit adult day programs in residential homes, even though they are allowable under California state law and Orange County regulations when licensed. Other Orange County cities, such as Laguna Niguel, do permit them. While Irvine allows residential care facilities for the elderly, these provide 24-hour care. Many Irvine families, as we know, live in multi-generational households and do not need full-time care. For many Irvine families, elders live with adult children who work during the day and then return to care for their parents at night. Live-in caregivers are also financially out of reach for many families, and adult day programs often provide a more affordable alternative. Irvine does permit child care programs, child daycare programs in residential homes. Allowing adult day programs would apply the same thoughtful, community-based approach across the lifespan. I respectfully ask that the council revisit this policy and would welcome follow-up discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Just while you're there,
yes.
Could you please provide information to our city management staff about this and also the state law framework under which these adult daycare facilities are allowed in private residences?
I can do that.
Please do that and we'll look into it, all right?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Laura?
Good evening, Mayor Agran and council members. Laura Theme
My daughter and I have been residents of Irvine since 2015, and for the majority of that time, it's been an incredible experience. We've spent many years over there at Bill Barber on many a softball tournament and many a day of having a lot of fun. On October 7th of 2024, I walked into Hoag ER and I was feeling pregnant. And I didn't understand that because I'm menopausal. I am 57 years old. And I said, I would like to know why I feel pregnant, and I would like an ultrasound. I was locked up. I was detained. I was sent on a 5150. And that experience has been horrible. It has led to a ruling which was issued yesterday in the Superior Court of Orange County stating that I am mentally ill and that my daughter is a dependent of the Superior Court system, which means she is not in my custody right now. That has caused extreme distress, and a difficult situation. It is really taking away from the joy and life that I have given my daughter. We came here from Columbus, Ohio in 2015. I have become displaced as of November 1st. I am with the Affordable Housing Program. I'm registered with it. But I want us to look at hotel vouchers as an opportunity to help people that are going through some type of temporary crisis. I am underemployed, and I would like an opportunity to present more on this issue and bring insight to this council and to the city and to Orange County about solutions so that we don't create negative stigmas for moms like me. Thank you.
Yes, I'm going to ask you to be in touch with our staff, and maybe you can describe in more detail.
Thanks, Mayor. I appreciate the respect. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Susan Sayer.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
My name's Susan Sayer, and I'm a longtime Irvine resident, and I'm currently living at Regents Point Senior Community. Many of my fellow residents do not drive, and many would prefer public transportation over driving. Becoming isolated from community resources is one of our greatest fears. Many of us are unfamiliar with using cell phone apps, and we prefer credit card usage over cash purchases, as many of us do not have access to banking ATM systems that can provide us with ready cash. We need transportation to provide us with access to city venues, including banks, shopping center venues, art galleries, theaters, restaurants, medical and dental services that require daytime and nighttime access. We appreciate being offered on-demand WeRide services that require a membership fee, suggest the use of telephone apps and cash donations with each ride. Without reservations, is there a guarantee of transportation availability for our return trip home? If we had access to Irvine Connect, we would not have to face these issues. Weekdays from 8 to 5 is not adequate. It meets our personal care and errand needs, but it does not meet our socialization needs. Many of us want to go out to dinner and to attend evening theater performances. Are WeRide trips and even Irvine Connect going to be able to provide us with transportation to and from the performances of our city-owned Barclay Theater? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments tonight.
Wing Chow.
Welcome.
Good evening, honorable council members. My name is Wing Chow. I have been living in Irvine for 41 years, one of 7 candidates for mayor in the last election. I want to speak on 3 subjects. First, about the morning time with the mayor, Larry Agran. Second is about the internet crime. Third, I want to talk about the traffic light. First, appreciate it. The mayor has a morning time on Saturday with residents. I enjoyed it. But as the mayor said that during the candidate forum, that I always have good idea. I want to add a good idea for the morning time with the mayor is to have better breakfast. instead of serving just donut hole. Irvine is such a classy place, affluent, we should not serve just donuts. So instead of criticizing, I gave $100 to the finance commissioner, Don Jeller. The next time have a better breakfast for all the people who come. And that's Larry, you can contribute yourself. And your wife is a medical doctor, and she can contribute. So to be classy, instead of picking, invite people to come, it's so cheap, keeping so donut holes, so dingy. You should be serving better breakfast. Second, there's a lot of cybercrime. I want to work with the police. During the last 7 years, I've exposed numerous possible scammers on the internet. So last year, even the record a scammer fugitive left China, hiding in Irvine, was discovered by police. He scammed millions of dollars from China and now living in Irvine, but was caught by police. Third one want to have traffic light. I live in an area, Karen Ann and Yale. There's an international school, many traffic. I want to see a traffic light being installed in that intersection to avoid any accidents. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Joanne, and if I could also call forward John L. Britton, Mike Rao, Jason Garshfield, Heidi, and Janine.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. Before I begin, I want to thank Council members Liu and Tressiter and the entire Council for proclaiming International Holocaust Remembrance Day and for acknowledging the Jewish community. I really feel the love. Thank you. I'm grateful for that, and I wish I were here just to celebrate what's working in Irvine, but instead I'm back because these issues remain unresolved. I want to talk about how a known Scrivener's error, a missing easement, and misleading marketing are being used together to confuse the public, and how this council's inaction is enabling all three. The Irvine Company tells residents, quote, "The nature park is part of a dual-path vision for how to best respond to state housing mandates." That framing is misleading. Irvine has already met its state housing planning requirements, and there is no state mandate requiring housing at Oak Creek. They then describe the first path, quote, "One path is to plan a large nature park that would anchor a low-density village." You only see these deceptions if you read the fine print. Otherwise, it looks like a nature park, not housing. They also describe a second path, quote, "The alternate path is to implement the city's general plan, which identifies approximately 5,000 apartments. That number exists because of a known Scrivener's error. The city has known about it since last summer and has not fixed it. Voice of OC reported it in August 2025 on residents raising alarm that this figure is misleading and rooted in a general plan error. Meanwhile, the marketing is working. Residents believe the open space has been saved and thank the Irvine Company until they learn housing was always part of the plan and lose trust in both the Irvine Company and the City Council. But nothing has been fixed. According to the Orange County Business Journal, the plan still includes nearly 3,000 homes while shrinking roughly 235 acres of open space to about 50. That is not preservation. The Scrivener's error remained unfixed, and there is still no accepted permanent open space easement. Fix the error, accept the easement, stop enabling the misleading narrative. Thank you.
John L. Britton. I'll defer to the Vice Mayor.
We'll get Jason Garfield on to the next.
Jason?
All right, so first, before I go any further, the story of the woman who was 5150 struck me, and I do think this is an issue we need to talk about because that system is abused. I know that the prevailing political wisdom right now says we should lock the crazies up, partly as an understandable response to some homeless people getting violent, but for the government to be able to put you in prison, essentially, with no due process based on the content of your mind sets a very disturbing precedent. And so I'd like to say that that story has my deepest sympathies. Now, to Mr. Eric Nishanian, the Cowardly Lion divorce attorney, you're so full of outrage for everyone. I wonder if you'll say one word against the fact that your government, Armenia, is supporting the murderous Iranian regime, because you go after Israel all the time for keeping an alliance with Azerbaijan. Well, Israel is a small country in a dangerous neighborhood. They've got to take whatever allies they can get. That's the only defense that can be made of Armenia's decisions. So I wonder if you'll hold them to the same standard regarding the Havara Agreement. That was an attempt made by Jews at the time to effectively pay ransom to help Jews escape from Nazi Germany. Now, with what little time I have left, I'd like to reiterate my call for a paramedic subscription program. I could tell that some of you were pretty interested in it. I sent some stuff to the city clerk, and he also seemed pretty interested. So this is something that we can do in Irvine. It would probably save lives and certainly save a lot of people from severe medical debt. So if we could make that happen, I would be very glad to hear about it.
Have you exchanged places or what?
Mayor's back.
Welcome.
John Alberton, how are you, Mayor, council members? We're coming up on almost 4 decades since your greatest legacy, which was preserving open space in the center of the city of Irvine. I want to be very clear about what's actually being protected at Oak Creek, because this is where residents are being misled. Right now, the so-called protection at Oak Creek is tied to a use, operating a golf course, not to the land itself. The distinction matters. A golf course designation is a land use. Land use can change. When the use changes, the protection disappears. What Oak Creek does not have is a permanent open space easement that runs with the land and binds all future owners. That's why assurances that Oak Creek is protected rings hollow. Protection that depends on a golf course continuing is not real protection. Once the use ends, the land is exposed. If the intent is to truly preserve Oak Creek as open space, the solution is straightforward and entirely within the city's control. Amend the easement so it protects the land use itself, not just its use. Then accept it, record it, and make it enforceable. Until that happens, Oak Creek remains vulnerable, and residents are being asked to trust promises instead of legal protection. This isn't complicated, it's not theatrical, and it's not optional. If open space preservation is the goal, please don't protect a use that can change. Protect the land at Oak Creek. Amend the easement, accept it, record it, and preserve your greatest legacy, which is open space to the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Rao.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you, council members. I'm Mike from Laguna Woods. OCPA ratepayers don't need a sales job or marketing. What ratepayers really need to know is that OCPA discount to SCE has been eliminated. It's gone. OCPA is planning a marketing blitz. Their campaign will try to spin straw into gold, or if I may say so, bewilder the public. OCPA has been losing millions each month for a long time and aims to recoup the losses by charging more than SCE. OCPA's budget projections are often at variance and more optimistic than the final budget. The predictions rely on the same CEO and CFO who drenched OCPA with red ink. OCPA should be transparent. A lot of the marketing points, such as 47 e-bikes given away, are just diversions. The marketing plan speculates that SCE might raise its rates higher than OCPA. One board member even said SCE's shareholders set the rates. That is incorrect. SCE rates are set by the CPUC through a long regulatory process. If OCPA really is meritorious, make them open their books so everyone can see how they spend ratepayers' money. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Heidi.
Welcome.
Thank you. Okay. Good evening, Mayor
and members of the City Council. My name is Heidi, and I'm a longtime Irvine resident. Last summer, I came to you with a simple idea: add a digital public speaker queue to our council meetings so residents can see where they are in line. Nothing fancy, just basic transparency and respect for people's time. I even reached out to Vote Links, the system we already use, and confirmed the feature exists. I shared that with the city's IT department, and the response was essentially, we'll log it and maybe look at it someday. I let that go, but then something else caught my attention. A few weeks ago, I came across Mayor Agran's personal website, where he publishes a clean, organized voting record of every vote he's taken. And I want to be clear, I think that level of transparency is great. But it raised a question for me. If one elected official can publish his voting record in a polished, public-friendly format, why can't the city do that for all council members? Because the truth is, the data already exists. Vote Links tracks every vote. The city clerk records every vote. But residents have to dig through PDFs, videos to piece it together. Meanwhile, a single elected official can present his voting record in a way that benefits him politically. That's when I realized something important. In Irvine, transparency isn't a system, it's a strategy. We see transparency when it helps someone's narrative. We don't see transparency when it would level the playing field. And this isn't just about technology. Recently, an article came out about ethics allegations involving a council member who may run for mayor. That the complaint wasn't attributed. The timing was political, and residents are left with half information and no official context.
Your time is up.
We see the same pattern in major issues like the proposed Oak Creek Preserve development, where the Irvine company wants to turn open space into 3,100 homes, and the Great Park hazardous waste fiasco. In Oak Creek, residents in our Save Oak Creek, Save Irvine campaign are piecing together MOUs, legal statuses, and environmental reports from scattered sources.
Thank you for your
conflicting claims about protected land.
Thank you for your comments.
Cleanup, lawsuits allege consultants understated contamination, exposing mismanagement, but the full process remains opaque.
Thank you for your comments. At this time, how many do we have left?
We have one more in person, and we have 3 on Zoom.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. That suggestion about where people are in the queue, how many speakers are ahead of them, would you give some consideration to that and maybe report back to us? Thank you.
And Mayor, just if I may, we do have more in person. I apologize. If I could call them forward too before you go, Janine. Doug Elliott, Lee Handy, Amir, and Ellen Meyerson.
All right. Welcome.
Thank you. It's interesting that she was talking about transparency because I also wanted to talk about governmental transparency. One of the few ways that members of the public like myself can know anything about what's going on in their city is to file a Public Records Act request. The Public Records Act requires the city to respond within 10 days and to produce some documents within 14 days after that. So I submitted a Public Records Act request on November 5th, and I heard nothing back. More than 10 days later, on November 19th, I followed up on my Public Records Act request. Again, I heard nothing from the city. On December 3rd, more than 10 days after that, I sent a third email following up on my Public Records Act request. Later that day, I got a letter back from the city saying that they had responded to my November 19th email. I never received it. They said they'd provide records, responsive records, by December 31st. On December 30th, I got a letter delaying that to January 26th, which was yesterday. Yesterday, I received another letter from the city delaying the records until February 23rd. That's like 4 months. Now, I asked my husband, because I didn't want to overreact, I said, why do you think it's taking so long? And he said, well, Could be they're hiding something. Or it could be they're just incompetent. But the real reason is probably they're overwhelmed. Now, I get that. It's been the holidays. I'm sure city staff is overwhelmed with New Year things that they have to get done. But I think it would really help.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Yes, let me just say, we have staff here. My impression is our staff is extremely conscientious about Public Records Act requests. I don't know what may have gone wrong in your case. I would invite you to be in touch with our staff tonight, and let's see if we can take care of your particular problem, all right?
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Doug Elliott.
Welcome, Mr. Elliott.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, all. I am Doug Elliott, Commissioner, speaking only for myself. This Friday is officially Fred Korematsu Day of Civil Liberties and the Constitution in Anchorage. Or, excuse me, Anchorage is where I used to live. We're in Irvine now. Anyway, that is so pursuant to a resolution that was introduced by Councilmember Treseder, seconded by Councilmember Martinez-Franco, and unanimously passed by all of you. And so, thank you for that great act of unanimity and unity. For those who may not be familiar, Fred Korematsu was an American hero. He was an American citizen who resisted the incarceration of Japanese Americans during World War II. He fought his case to the Supreme Court, where he lost, unfortunately, but 40 years later, he was finally vindicated on the basis of new information turned up, and the trial court expunged his and reversed his conviction. Fred said that one person can accomplish change if it takes 40 years. Together, we can do a lot quicker. Political scientists have what they call the 3.5% rule, which means people get together, engage in nonviolent action, and can change the course of history. And that's what I invite you all to try to do in remembrance of Fred and celebrating his legacy. We know what to do. Let's go out and do it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Lee Handy.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Members of the Council, good evening. My name is Amir Ali Razavi. I'm an Iranian-American resident of Irvine, and I serve the public as a mental health therapist. I stand before you tonight not as an observer of a distant crisis, but as someone living with its consequences alongside nearly 30,000 of your residents. What is happening in Iran is often discussed as foreign policy, but for this community, it is a lived reality. In my profession, I see the effects of this trauma every day. I see it in professionals who sit across me and people who show up for their jobs and take care of others, while carrying the fear for family members they may not hear from again. Trauma does not stay behind borders. It follows families and communities into daily life. With very rare exceptions, nearly every Iranian in this city has been impacted by the violence unfolding in Iran. This suffering does not remain overseas. It arrives here each morning with your constituents. And yet, people still show up. They serve, contribute, and help build Irvine into the city it is today. The Iranian community is not separate from Irvine. We are woven into it. We work here. We raise our families here. We invest in the city. This community is not asking to be rescued. It is asking to be seen. It is asking for moral clarity. I respectfully ask this council to publicly acknowledge the Iranian-American community and to consider adopting a formal resolution condemning the killing of civilians and peaceful protesters in Iran, while affirming the city's commitment to human rights and human dignity. Such a statement will not end the violence, but it will matter. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you.
Ellen Meyerson.
Welcome.
Good evening again, council members. Who is killing who in Sudan?
In Sudan, two main military factions are fighting for control of the country: the Sudan Armed Forces, SAF, and the Rapid Support Forces, RSF. Sudan Armed Forces, SAF.
Anyway, I was just trying to make a point here. In Sudan, there's a real genocide going on. There's over 150,000 people have been killed. The reason I'm bringing this up is because I'm wondering where all the protesters were, and where all the protesters are. When it was going on with Israel, there was thousands of people in the streets protesting against Israel. There's a real genocide going on in Sudan, and I don't see any protesters. I don't see anything on the news, and I don't see hardly anything on the news about what's going on in Iran either. So I hate hypocrisy, and it just makes me think that the people that were protesting against Israel were really just anti-Semitic, because they're not protesting against what's going on in Sudan, and over 150,000 people have been killed there, and nobody's talking about it.
Thank you for your comments.
Our next speaker is telephone number 347. 347, you may unmute your mic.
Yes, this is Steve Voss. Councilmember Mai, I thought you ran on closing down the OCPA. What happened? OCPA rates are far exceeding SCE rates. OCPA CFO announced publicly about the 12 to 16% rate increase, but then you already knew about this because you sit on the OCPA board and voted for it. You are neglecting your fiduciary duty to the residents in Irvine. Irvine residents are still being steered into paying more for electricity during a time of real financial strain. A fiduciary does not ask residents to absorb higher costs based on speculative future benefits. A fiduciary protects people now. Automatic enrollment paired with higher rates is not leadership, it is not transparency, and it is not responsible stewardship. It is a dereliction of your duties. Councilmember Mai, if OCPA cannot deliver what they promised, then it is your responsibility to remove the city from the scam that has been in existence way too long. You have its original founding chairman, Mike Carroll, voting to get out, along with the mayor. What is it that you don't understand about this corrupt organization? Are you being held hostage until our loan is paid back? Because I thought that had already been started and we were just waiting for the check. Were we misinformed? Please communicate with us and tell us what is going on so we don't have to guess. Irvine residents deserve affordability, honesty, and accountability, and we are getting none of that from you. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Eric Nishanian. Mr. Nishanian, you may unmute your mic.
Thank you, Mayor, Adjournment, council members. There are two murders that occurred in Minnesota this month. One of them was Renee Good. Renee Good was a published poet. Larry, I'd like to thank you for suggesting that the city should have a poet laureate. It's something that I brought up at least a year in this chambers, if not more. It's a shame that the city does not have a poet laureate, although it is home to, or had a Nobel laureate in poetry from the university, and there's plenty of authors and writers in the city as acknowledged by by who you picked for the invocation. But let's talk about your voting record. Your voting record has shorted things like the fledgling library system. Right about the same time that the city decided to take the library back from the county, the city gave at least 10% of the $5 million of the Irvine Recovery Grant Plan Program to two organizations that were not qualified to receive the money. That's $500,000. Certainly the library system could have used that $500,000. It had no reason to go outside of the city or to organizations that were not qualified to receive it. But the library was qualified to receive it. The library needed it. That could have helped the residents and the small businesses. But your voting record now is blemished by that. It's also blemished by the OCPA votes. And, you know, what are we doing here? This is money that should have been used for city purposes that was used otherwise, and no one's clamoring about it. No one has said anything about it. No one has asked staff to come back and report about what happened with the Irvine Recovery Grant Program with regard to oversight, to see if reports had been filed, and whether or not the other organizations that received the money were qualified to receive it.
Thank you. Your time is up. Our next speaker is Vicki Johnson. Vicki, you may unmute your mic.
Hello, I have a video. Thank you. Want to save 12% or more on your electric bill? Opt out of the Orange County Power Authority now. In 2026, OCPA will charge at least 12% more than SCE on your total bill. That's about a $20 per month increase more for an average home.
Actually, we will be 12% higher than SCE's total bill for basic choice. And for smart choice, we will be 15% higher than their total bill. And for 100% renewable choice, we will be 16% higher than their total bill. In terms of the dollar, it will be about $20.
Council members Mai and Go voted for this 12% increase. OCPA will no longer offer a 3% increase. Many in Irvine don't know that by default they are OCPA customers for part of their electric bill. Don't get ripped off. To save 12%, opt out of OCPA. Google OCPA opt-out for the opt-out instructions.
And that is all, Mayor.
Thank you. That concludes our public comments on non-agendized items for this evening, allowing us to move along to the next item on our agenda, which is the city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. We have three items to report on tonight. The first two will be done by our Public Works Director, Luis Estevez. Those two items include progress on a project that we've been working on for a bridge at the Ventus Spur. And then secondarily is a brief update on the field house. Luis, will you present those two first items?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Krubby. Good evening.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. I have a very brief presentation to provide you, or an update real quick, on the new pedestrian bridge project that is in the final design phase. This is a new pedestrian bridge that connects the Ventus Spur to the Jeffrey Open Space Trail. It's right here at the intersection. The bridge, the Recreation Trail bridge, will cross over Jeffrey Road and then connecting the Ventus Spur Trail, which runs east to west, to the Jeffrey Open Space Trail, which runs north to west, north to south. And of course, the ultimate goal of this project is to create a safer, continuous regional trail connection here. The project is in the final design phase. The project is expected to go into construction at the beginning of the third quarter of next year, and will take about a year to construct. The city recently was awarded a $4 million grant from SCAG. That is enough money now to get us into the construction phase with a total project budget now of $9 million. And again, this will be a huge improvement to the recreation community, or the folks using it for recreational purposes, and be able to connect these two important links here in the city. So that concludes my update on this particular project. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Are there any questions? No. Go right ahead.
Okay, the next update is on the Irvine Fieldhouse project. This project, as you know, is located down on Red Hill Avenue in the heart of the IBC, and when completed will provide 110,000 square feet of indoor sports and recreation facility. It is the city's first municipally owned gymnasium and really is designed to meet an overwhelming growing demand for indoor recreational facilities and sports. The facility will include 10 multi-purpose courts, which includes, of course, badminton, pickleball, and futsal. We'll have 10 basketball courts there as well, along with a multi-purpose room, some office spaces, a kitchen area with a food court as well, and we'll have plenty of on-site parking to serve the facility as well. The first phase of the project is the construction of the core and shell of the building, which is under construction now. It started in summer of last year, and we anticipate receiving or taking delivery of the finished shell by May 1st. The tilt-up structure is up. The roof trusses are in as well. The roof has been attached. And right now the contractor is working hard on completing a lot of the interior improvements, which is the interior building systems like the HVAC, fire suppression, things like that, installation of doors. There's also parking lot grading and the paving for that as well. And coming hot on the heels of taking delivery of the building shell, the city will then move on the second phase, which is to construct all of the interior tenant improvements. So this is a significant part of the project as well. The City Council allocated funds in the current CIP budget for this effort. The construction drawings and technical specifications are being finalized now and going through a constructability review. Our plan is to be out to bid for the improvements in March or April, and then presenting the City Council with the construction contract in May or June. So as soon as we take delivery of the completed shell of the building, the goal is to have our TI contractor move in and start those improvements and then be completed with that either at the end of this year or the first part of 2027. So that concludes my update. I'd be happy to answer any questions on this as well.
I don't have any questions, but I do want to say thank you to you and all the others for the hard work. I'll tell you, when these bridges are completed, the Jost Bridge over the 5 freeway and the Venta Spur Bridge, and now, of course, we have one under construction on Jamboree and Michelson. These are just remarkable achievements. They happen to be very, very beautiful structures as well. So I thank all those who've been involved. You know, I once had the idea, which I've repeated on a number of occasions, that when these big structural projects are completed, there ought to be a scroll of some kind, just with the names of all the people who worked to make a bridge possible or a building possible. It's something that wouldn't really add much to the cost, but I think might give a real sense of recognition to all those who put in so much hard work and talent to make these wonderful projects happen.
Absolutely.
So, Mr. City Manager, maybe you think about that a little bit, all right?
Wonderful idea.
All right.
Mayor, if I might, one last brief update by our esteemed police chief,
Yes.
Mike Kent.
Thank you, Luis.
Regarding immigration.
Right.
Thank
Welcome.
you, City Manager Crombie. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Michael Kent, Director of Public Safety and the Chief of Police. There have been no known ICE or Border Patrol operations within the City of Irvine since we last met on January 13th.
Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the City Manager's report. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you to our City Manager, to all our staff. We here at the dais and the public at large appreciate being brought up to speed on a number of these projects. With that, we move now to announcements, committee reports, council reports. This is an opportunity for those of us at the dais here to very briefly give a report as to things we are doing that are of public note in our respective districts for council members, or indeed, since all council members serve on one or more outside agencies, committees, internally as well, this is the appropriate time, very briefly, to report on those activities as well. With that, I'll turn to 4 of my colleagues who wish to be recognized. Councilmember Treseder first.
Thank you. For my council announcements, I'd like to remind Irvine businesses about AB 1276, California's Skip the Stuff law, which is now in effect statewide. This law helps reduce plastic waste by requiring food service businesses to provide single-use items such as utensils, straws, napkins, and condiments only upon customer request rather than automatically. This applies to both dine-in and take-out food service businesses, and customers may still receive these items when requested. We're asking Irvine businesses to review their practices and help ensure compliance with this law. Reducing unnecessary single-use plastics help protect our environment, reduce waste, and supports Irvine's broader sustainability goals. Enforcement of AB 1276 is conducted by the Orange County Healthcare Agency's Environmental Health Division, which also conducts restaurant inspections. Residents who have concerns can report issues directly to the county. Thank you to the many businesses that are already doing their part. If businesses have questions about compliance, city staff are available to provide guidance and support. City staff will also be including AB 1276 in their upcoming solid waste outreach to local businesses. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Liu, followed by Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm excited to share with you all of the recent works my office and I have been doing in the community. Next slide, please. I'm pleased to report a productive first meeting as chair of the Hotel Improvement District Committee on January 20th. We are focused on putting Irvine on the map by leveraging upcoming global opportunities, including the 2026 World Cup and 2028 Olympics, to drive tourism and economic growth to our city. Next slide, please. I'm grateful for our partner at OCFA. In December, they responded to 1939 emergency incidents, that's a lot, including 18 fire-related incidents and 1,211 rescue and EMS calls. Next slide, please. I was proud to partner with the Hope Centers for the Arts, a studio for adults with intellectual disabilities, to host their first gallery opening reception here on January 15th. We invite everyone to view the incredible artwork on display at City Hall until March. And I've invited their band, High Hopes, to perform at a future council meeting. Hope to see them soon. Next slide, please. To honor Martin Luther King Jr.'s legacy of service, I joined local leaders at the OC MLK Prayer Breakfast at New Song Church. Later that day, Team Lou helped pack food boxes with Sable, an incredible nonprofit dedicated to ensuring food equity for all. Next slide, please. We toured the Marineway Grade Separation Projects on January 20th. This project will allow easy access for residents and visitors between the Great Park and the Irvine train station. Completion is scheduled for 2027. Next slide, please. Team Lou also attended the groundbreaking for the I-5 Improvement Project on January 23rd. This project will improve traffic flow between the 405 and 55 freeways. And finally, as always, my office is here to assist you, so please feel free to reach out with any requests, questions, concerns, or ideas. Thank you.
Thank you for your report. Councilmember Martinez-Franco, followed by Councilmember Go.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I would like to share a few updates from my office for the past few weeks. Next slide. District 5 has an exciting update along East and West J Loop. Bike lanes in this area have been upgraded with buffers to provide more space between cars and bicycles. This effort was only possible thanks to our city engineers and transit staff who put their hard work and dedication to improving safety. Next slide. Last Friday, City Council colleagues and I attended the I-5 groundbreaking ceremony to celebrate the start of new improvements being made to the freeway. Next slide. I'm also excited to share a few updates from the Orange County Fire Authority. The City of Irvine has recently achieved a Class 1 ranking from the Insurance Services Office, meaning that fire conditions for that area have been improved and homeowners may be able to receive lower fire insurance rates in the future. This achievement reflects the dedication of our fire department and community to ensuring the highest level of fire protection. Thank you to everyone who contributed to this amazing progress. Next slide. OCFA has also recently elected its new chair and vice chair for the 2026 Board of Directors, Mayor of Laguna Hills, Joshua Sweeney, and Nitesh Patel, Council Member of La Palma, respectively. The board is committed to ensuring effective fire protection and emergency services for communities across the county. I look forward to continuing this work with my colleagues in the upcoming year. Next slide. I would like to invite you to stay connected with me on social media and more updates from District 5 and the City of Irvine. Next slide. And lastly, please sign to our monthly newsletter by scanning the QR code for news and upcoming events in the city, or feel free to reach out to my office by phone or email with any questions. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Franco. Vice Mayor Mai. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Go. Councilmember Go, followed by Vice Mayor Mai.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. Next slide, please. As a couple of my council member colleagues shared the OCTA announcement at the I-5 improvement, I just want to give a little bit more detail as the OCTA board member. We broke ground on the I-5 improvement project this week to Irvine and Tustin in partnership with Caltrans. The approximately $716 million project between the Interstate 405 and the State Route 55 will add a regular lane in each direction and make improvements for all commuters. This is a major effort to improve mobility, enhance safety, and reduce congestion along one of the Orange County's busiest freeway. In addition to freeway improvements, the project includes enhancement for active transportation, such as upgraded pedestrian curb ramps, repainted bike lanes for better visibility, added lighting, and installation of new guardrails and concrete barriers to enhance safety for all roadway users. The project is expected to be completed in 2030. Next slide, please. Last week, I also attended the Metrolink board workshop with my fellow board members, where we took a close look at Metrolink's performance over the past year and talked about what's ahead. We heard directly from Metrolink staff on operations, policy, and fiscal planning, and discussed projections for 2026. Board members from cities across Southern California and our 5 partners agency came together to focus on how we can improve service, reliability, and on-time performance. With the 2026 FIFA World Cup and the 2028 Olympic Games coming to our region, it's especially important that Metrolink is ready to deliver a smooth and reliable experience for the communities we serve. As Irvine continues to grow, I'm looking forward to continuing this work with Metrolink and advocating for a stronger regional transit network across Orange County and Southern California. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Go. Vice Mayor Mai.
Thank you, Mayor. I have an update on OCPA. So the first thing I want to talk about is, well, let's not pull that up yet, Carl. So OCPA update. OCPA is 12% higher. I'm not going to sugarcoat that. I sit on the OCP board and serve as Irvine's representative. My job is to demand transparency. My job is to represent Irvine, find out what's going on, to keep us whole and not leave any money on the table. Previously, we had dropped everyone to the lowest tier. We demanded repayment of our original investment, or our loan to OCPA, and we got that paid back. We're starting to pay back with that. Yesterday at the board meeting, I strongly urged OCPA to advertise rates in a transparent manner and also to let customers know how to opt out easily. Their strategy is to lock rates in for a year to avoid rate fluctuations throughout that year. I want to be clear at this moment. OCPA rates are higher across the board, from the basic to the top tiers. They might not be later, but they are right now. If you are a rate-sensitive customer, you can opt out. If not, stay in. The key is our choice. That's my update for OCPA. I'd like to move on to, Carl, can you please pull up the slide, please? All right, my office held our Youth Leadership Conference over the weekend. We saw a need, a demand, and interest from youth groups that have been engaged for over a year with us and created this conference to truly engage the youth. The policy brief competition where students from across Irvine and across the county, even as far as Los Angeles, came out. Next slide, please. Past and present mayors joined the podium. Christina Shea, Suki Kang, Senator Stephen Choi, and our mayor, Larry Agran, along with City Manager Sean Karemby, shared their insights to give students, to give advice to the students. We had over 140 students checked in, received name tags, and were placed in 18 teams. This competition was designed to go beyond symbolic youth engagement and instead provided an intellectual, rigorous, policy-focused civic experience and platform to hear their voices and ideas. I'd like to pull up the winners as well. Next slide, please. Here's some pictures. Next slide, please. We had three topics, and the first one, these are the winners of the e-bike usage and public safety. Next slide, please. Second topic was the role of immigration and custom enforcement in Irvine. Next slide, please. And the final one was California housing and affordability. These are the winners. Congratulations to all the winners. And I'd like to thank, again, the former mayors and our city manager for participating in this. The results were extraordinary, that these individuals and these kids were very engaged, and look forward to the next one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Mai, and thank you for putting together what was an outstanding conference, so well attended and well organized. I think it was a real winner for all the participants, so thank you for doing that. Let me just take a brief moment to announce an exciting development. I'm pleased to report that we are opening 8 new pickleball courts at Mike Ward Community Park. That's in Woodbridge next month. A ribbon-cutting ceremony will take place on Tuesday, February 3rd at 3 p.m., weather permitting. The ribbon cutting will highlight the courts in action with local pickleball organizations scheduled to play. This project includes the addition of shade structures, picnic tables, benches, and water bottle filling stations, known to some as hydration stations. To minimize noise impacts, the courts will be enclosed with a sound dampening barrier. The lighted courts will be available for community drop-in play, reservations, and programs on a daily basis. When they open, court reservations and program registration will be available at Your Irvine, that's Y-O-U-R, Irvine.org. For more information on pickleball courts in Irvine, visit cityofirvine.org/pickleball. So I hope you'll be joining us for this exciting, long-anticipated grand opening. I think that concludes the announcements for this evening, allowing us to move on now to ask the city manager if there are additions or deletions to the agenda.
None tonight, Mayor.
No additions or deletions to the balance of the agenda. Consent calendar is next. Item 3 on our agenda The consent calendar tonight consists of items 3.1 to 3.4. Consent calendar items are typically regarded as non-controversial and routinely adopted on a single roll call vote. Residents, of course, have an opportunity to comment on these matters before a vote is taken, and council members have an opportunity to remove items from the agenda. With that, do we have any requests to address the council on consent calendar items?
We do, Mr. Mayor. We have 2 requests in person, one on item 3.2 and one on item 3.4.
All right. Why don't we take those public comments at this time, and then we can take a vote on the consent calendar.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could call forward Janine and Rima Nashashibi. Janine is speaking on item 3.2.
Hi. This item is to create an art installation which is a replica of the Azadi Tower in Tehran, Iran, in order to commemorate the contributions of the Persian community to in Irvine. I wanted to bring up 2 things about this application. Maybe this has already been discussed. But first of all, I thought it was a little odd to celebrate the contributions of the Persian community in Irvine by replicating a structure from Iran. Now, maybe it makes sense to other people, but I wouldn't commemorate the Chinese community in Irvine by building a replica of the Great Wall, and I wouldn't commemorate the Italian community in Irvine by building a replica of the Colosseum. So it seems kind of an odd connection to make between the contributions of the Persian community here in Irvine and Tehran, Iran. The Azadi Tower also is listed in this art application as a symbol of freedom. The only reason it's connected with freedom is because when the Islamic Republic took control in the 70s, it changed the name to Azadi, which means freedom. But obviously, the Islamic Republic is in no way connected with freedom. It is one of the most repressive regimes in the entire world. There are no freedoms for the Iranian people. There's no political freedoms, no economic freedoms, and no social freedoms. We all know that if a woman shows 3 hairs outside of their hijab, the morality police will come, they will beat her, they will throw her into jail where she could be raped, she could have her eyes shot out, or she could be killed. That is not freedom. We see a lot of protests right now in Iran. Those people don't have the freedom to protest. Their government is strongly repressing them, shooting at them, killing them, using chemical weapons against them. Over 30,000 people have been killed, over 350,000 people have been injured. So I want to make sure, since a lot of you are running for re-election, that if you haven't had the opportunity to talk about this art project with your Persian constituents or your Persian organizations in your district, you might want to take an opportunity to do that before you pass this item. If you push it off to the next meeting, it's no harm, no foul. You can always bring it back, and once you've confirmed that it does actually mean what it's supposed to mean, you can then, with a clear conscience, vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Rima?
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Agran and City Council members. I'm here to thank Councilmember Treseder regarding item 3.4 for the $1,000 grant to Global Hope 365. As you know, Global Hope 365, it's a 501c3 to end harmful practices towards women and girls, such as child marriage, human trafficking, and other forms of gender-based violence. And it's phenomenal that today in the morning we received an award at the Orange County Board of Supervisors. Then later today at Senator Catherine Blake Spears' office, and now this. So it's a great day. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments.
Mr. Mayor, we do have one more via Zoom.
All
That's
right.
okay. Mr. Nishanian, you may unmute your mic. You have 90 seconds.
Thank you, Mayor Agran, council members. That's exactly what I wanted to talk about. What Janine just did right there, where she wants to say, recognize us, but don't recognize them. This art project was brought by the community, by Iranians. They brought it upon themselves to promote this project. And it got here after going through committees. So she's trying to delay recognition of our Iranians here in the community that lobbied deliberative bodies of the city to get to this point purely on an Iran-Israel kind of basis. And this was brought by Iranian Americans here. And that International Holocaust Remembrance Day, that's brought by Israel lobby organizations. There are no individuals here talking about this. This is brought by organizations like the Anti-Defamation League that has a history of genocide denial on behalf of Israel and Turkey, that has a history of spying on U.S. citizens, and has a history of defaming U.S. citizens. But this city is so ignorant, our council members are so ignorant, that they're collaborating with these groups to pass these resolutions, with these organizations that are involved in such heinous acts. But this Azadi Tower project was brought by residents from the city that went through the proper process. And now we're here. You should recognize.
Thank you. Your time is up, and that is all, Mayor.
Thank you. That concludes our public comments. I'm just trying to keep track here. It appears to me that items 3.1, 3.3 did not receive any comment. Is that correct?
Correct.
I'll move adoption of those items on the consent calendar.
Second.
It's a motion by me, a second by Councilmember Mai, that consent items 3.1 and 3.3 be adopted. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
And Mayor Agran.
Yes.
Carry 7-0.
That concludes those items, leaving items 3.2 and 3.4. What's the pleasure of the council? Did you're reaching for your, did you wish to make, all right. Well, I will move the balance of the consent calendar then, items 3.1, I'm sorry, 3.2 and 3.4. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Treceder. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Agran.
Yes.
Carry 7-0.
Thank you. That takes us to item 4 on our agenda tonight, which is public hearings. Public hearings are a little more formal in their character slightly than our normal handling of business. Procedurally, just a little different. I'll explain in a moment. Why don't we move to item 4.1? Would the clerk please identify this item by subject and title?
Irvine Zoning Ordinance Technical Update and Irvine Municipal Code Amendment.
Under the rules prescribed by California state law, I'll now declare the public hearing open. And turn to our staff to introduce themselves and present this item, if you would.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I am Tiffany Lynn, a senior planner with the Community Development Department, and I am joined by Principal Planner Nick Maloney. And the item before you this evening is the Zoning Ordinance and Municipal Code Technical Update. This update is brought forward periodically to update the city's zoning ordinance and municipal code. The current proposed update includes several changes that are listed within this slide, and in the following slides, I'll be going over each of the update items in further detail. The first item proposes to update the city's objective design standards. The objective design standards were adopted by Council a little more than a year ago, and as the city has been applying these standards to new residential and residential mixed-use projects, opportunities have been identified to make it more user-friendly and to broaden the applicability. Key revisions include lowering the density threshold for applicability, refining design criteria based on implementation experience and applicant feedback, clarifying existing requirements, and requiring the submission of a checklist to assist with project review. The next item relates to Planning Area 36, or the Irvine Business Complex, also known as the IBC. This update removes the obsolete Irvine Business Complex Overlay District and transfers key applicable development standards to the applicable chapter regulating Planning Area 36. Additional updates are included in other areas of the zoning ordinance and municipal code to ensure overall consistency, as well as to eliminate outdated references. Continuing with Planning Area 36, an update is also proposed to clarify Planning Commission review responsibilities related to transfer of development rights. The update also removes the average daily trip waiver provisions for Planning Area 36, which is an existing redundant procedure. The removal of this procedure would make the transportation review process more business-friendly by streamlining review. Lastly, changes to the residential and residential mixed-use overlay district provide for additional compatibility standards. This project is exempt from further environmental analysis as the update does not directly result in development. Notice of tonight's hearing was published in the Orange County Register and posted at city-designated locations, and to date, staff has not received any public comment. The citywide code update went before the Planning Commission on December 4th of last year, and the Planning Commission unanimously recommended City Council approval of the proposed update. Overall, the technical update introduces needed regulations, strengthens internal consistency, and updates obsolete sections of the code. Therefore, staff does recommend the City Council adopt the attached ordinances, approving the zoning ordinance and municipal code technical update on first reading. This concludes staff's presentation, and we are available for any questions.
And are there any questions of staff? Early comments? There being none at this time, do we have any requests from citizens to be heard?
No, Mr. Mayor.
No request for public comment. Let me just move to close the public hearing then at this time. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Go. Would the clerk call the roll on closing the public hearing?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai. Oh, sorry, he's absent from the dais. And Mayor Agran.
Yes.
Carries 6-0 of the members present.
Public hearing being closed, the motion is in order, but before I make the motion, what I'd like to do is just note that even though this is a technical update and seems rather routine, there's a reason that our city is known worldwide for its good planning, that we're well planned, we're an orderly city. It's because of zoning ordinances and attention to detail and modifications that need to be made over time so that even as we grow qualitatively and not in a haphazard fashion. So I thank you and all your colleagues for all the work that you do. At this time, I'll do it, Jeff, okay? I'll move to introduce for first reading and to read by title, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Irvine, California, approving zone change 009-64196-PZC to amend the Irvine zoning ordinance to include new and revised zoning provisions related to Chapter 3-27- setback standards, Chapter 3-37- zoning district land use regulations and development standards, Chapter 5-8- Irvine Business Complex Residential Mixed-Use Overlay District, Chapter 5-9- Residential and Residential Mixed-Use Overlay District, and Chapter 9-36- Planning Area 36, Irvine Business Complex. I think we'll take them one at a time, right? Having introduced that motion by way of reading the title of the ordinance, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Treceder. With that, absent any comment, at this time I'll turn to the clerk to please call the roll.
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Lou.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
And Mayor Agran.
Yes.
Carry 7-0.
I'll move the staff second recommendation, which was to, by way of a motion, to introduce for first reading by title an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Irvine, California, approving zone change 009694335-PZC to amend the Irvine zoning ordinance by providing revised zoning provisions related to Chapter 3-18- multifamily residential and residential mixed-use development, objective design standards, and to amend the objective design standards manual. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, I thought you were going to ask me to read it again. All right, there's a motion properly seconded by Councilmember Vice Mayor Mai. Absent any further discussion, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Lou.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
And Mayor Agran.
Yes.
Carry 7-0.
And finally, I'll move for introduction by title, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Irvine, California, amending Title 5, Division 5 of the Irvine Municipal Code to provide changes corresponding with zone change 009-64196-PZC specific to Planning Area 36, Irvine Business Complex. Is there a second?
Second the motion.
Was that seconded by Councilmember Martinez Franco? All right. With the motion now properly before us, having been seconded by Councilmember Martinez Franco, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Lou.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
And Mayor Agran.
Yes.
Carry 7-0.
Thank you. That concludes this item. Thank you to our very, very able staff. Much appreciated. All right. Now we move on to item 5, remaining council business. Item 5.1. Would the clerk please identify this item by title and subject?
Ordinance establishing changes and additions to posted speed limits.
Thank you. With that, I'll turn to our city staff. Look at all the people involved in posting speed limits. Welcome. Please introduce yourselves and tell us more about this item.
Good evening, Mayor Agran and fellow members of the Irvine City Council. My name is Wyatt Singh, and I'm part of the city's traffic engineering team within the Public Works and Sustainability Department. Tonight, I'm joined by Brad Summers, the city's traffic engineer. We are here today to present an ordinance to amend the city's engineering and traffic survey for posted speed limits, which sets speed limits within our roadways. To start, I'd like to provide some context as to existing legislation that supports our efforts to review it and establish appropriate speed limits within the city. California state law establishes that the maximum speed limit for a 2-lane undivided roadway is 55 miles per hour. All other roadways by default can exhibit a 65 mile per hour speed limit. If a speed limit is to be posted below these values for either classification, an engineering and traffic survey must be conducted and maintained by the city. There are 2 exceptions that yield designated speed limits of 15 and 25 miles per hour, as shown on this slide. The California Vehicle Code, or CVC for short, allows public agencies to set speed limits by establishing an ordinance. This allows for the city to promote orderly movement at speeds below the designated maximums from the previous slide. This action also allows for effective enforcement by public safety by means of electronic devices. The Irvine Municipal Code establishes authority for City Council to approve speed limit changes and authorizes the Public Works and Sustainability Department to post and maintain signs that are documented within the engineering and traffic survey. Additionally, Assembly Bill 43, or AB 43 for short, within California state law allows for prevailing speed limits to be rounded down by 5 miles an hour. AB 43 also allows for further adjustment for 2 criteria: safety corridors, as well as roadway segments within proximity of land generators of high bicyclist and pedestrian volumes. Either of these criteria can be applied for a specific segment to allow for further reduction in speed, but both cannot be applied to the same roadway segment. AB 43 also allows the city to retain the current speed limit or restore the prior speed limit if no general purpose lanes have been added to the roadway segment being analyzed. Using the legislation as support, the city routinely conducts an engineering and traffic survey in order to document speed survey data results and determine appropriate and enforceable speed limits to be posted on our roadways. The prevailing speed is determined by conducting a speed survey to calculate the 85th percentile speed. This means that if 100 cars are traveling along a roadway segment, the 85th percentile speed would be the speed at which 85 of those 100 vehicles are traveling. From the determination of the 85th percentile speed, there is guidance provided that gives us direction on rounding in order to appropriately set posted speed limits. For this 2025 engineering and traffic survey, the city surveyed 126 roadway segments. Of these segments, 35 roadway segments will maintain the existing speed limit. 27 will establish speed limits where there was not a previously established speed limits. And decreased speed limits will be posted on 56 roadway segments. Additionally, 2 segments along the same roadway are being recommended for increased speed limits. Those 2 segments are along Bosque between Irvine Boulevard and to Cadence, and then from Cadence to Great Park Boulevard. The increase will be from 25 miles an hour to 30 miles an hour for both segments along Bosque. This slide displays the maps of the segments where speed limits will be established, as well as where recommendations are being made. These changes are color-coded by posted speed limit in miles per hour. As an example, 25 miles an hour is shown in red, whereas 45 miles an hour is shown in light blue. With that, staff's recommendation is to introduce the language on this slide for first reading and read by title only. With that, thank you for your time this evening. Staff is available for any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Just to refresh my memory a little bit on this, a presentation was made to us a while back along the same lines on decreasing a number of speed limits in the city. Is this formalizing that as well as adding further street postings?
That's a great question. Thank you, Mayor. This is a repeated survey that we conduct. In the past, it has been done annually. It's something that we're looking to do a little bit less frequently as speeds are stabilizing around the city. With the new AB 43 language that's been provided, we're seeing that as an opportunity to lower segments where we can and create some more consistency along roadway segments or corridors. So for the presentation that you're referring to, it's a similar effort. If anything, it's adding on to that. And as you mentioned, it's including newer roadway segments as the city accepts new streets.
Thank you. I think this enabling legislation at the state level, allowing us to reduce speed limits and make them stick, make them enforceable, I think this is a very favorable development. I think it will make our city safer. Obviously, it takes time for people to adapt to lower speed limits, particularly finding out that they're enforceable. They aren't just a suggestion, they're actually the law. And I think we're doing better in the last year. I haven't looked at the latest data, but I think on traffic enforcement, traffic safety, is it your impression that we've actually done better? Fewer fatalities, fewer serious accidents and injuries? Do you have any data to support that supposition on my part?
We do work closely with our public safety staff and specifically the Traffic Bureau to go over the speed limits that we're recommending here tonight. We also work closely with them to review our collision data. That was something that was presented to our Transportation Commission actually in November, reviewing 2024's collision data. So it's something we gather and we look at closely. We just recently obtained the information for 2025, so we're still reviewing that, and we'll have that information in the near future.
All right, well, we'd like to, of course, see those data. I think the general assumption that if we can get people to reduce their speed of travel, sometimes traffic will just do that all by itself. But where it doesn't, and where people understand that driving a little more slowly is apt to spare them and others a lot of grief, I think we'll make some headway in the period ahead. Any other comments, questions people have at this time? I don't see any requests from my colleagues. That being the case, I'm prepared to move to introduce on first reading this ordinance. Would that be your pleasure? Okay. You don't have anything to add? Okay. I'll move adoption of introduction as part of adoption of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Irvine, California, directing an amendment to the City of Irvine engineering and traffic surveys for speed limits as maintained by the Public Works and Sustainability Department as the official documentation of declared prima facie speed limits. Is there a second?
Second.
This is seconded by Councilmember Treceder. I'll just add one other thing. The public at large probably doesn't know this, but if there is a serious, indeed a fatal accident, we're routinely then notified by the police department. It just seems to me, Chief, it's been months since I've received such a notification. And I take that to be just good news. Is that correct?
That is definitely good news, especially when you factor in the how large this city is and the amount of traffic that flows through the city. So definitely a lot of credit goes to our partners with traffic engineering, working in collaboration with our traffic bureau to ensure the safety of the community.
Thank you. We still, obviously, if we have a serious traffic incident, all council members are advised. Is that correct?
That is correct. When we do have a significant traffic collision, especially one that results in a fatality, the council is advised of that.
Thank you. Thank you again. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mr. Mayor, if I may, just for clarity of the record, there were no requests to speak on this item.
Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you for reminding me of that. And please call the roll.
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
And Mayor Agran.
Yes.
Carry 7-0.
Thank you. With that, we move to item 5.2. Would the clerk please identify this item by title and subject?
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Irvine, California to amend Division 7 to Title 4 of the Irvine Municipal Code relating to bicycles, electric bicycles, and other traffic on city streets and property within the city.
Thank you. With that, I'll turn to our staff and ask them please to introduce themselves and proceed to familiarize us with this item.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, city staff, and community stakeholders. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Shaheen Jahangard, and I'm a lieutenant in Irvine Police Department's Traffic Bureau. Tonight, Motor Training Officer Jason Schaefer and I respectfully request the first reading of amendments to Division 7 of Title 4 of the Irvine Municipal Code relating to bicycles, electric bicycles, and other traffic on city streets and property within the city. Motor Training Officer Jason Schaefer has served with the Irvine Police Department since 2003 and has been a member of the Traffic Bureau since 2018, where he has established himself as the department's expert on the laws and enforcement of electric bicycles and other micromobility devices. I'd like to turn it over to our resident expert, Jason Schaefer.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, the City of Irvine is served by multiple modes of transportation, including motorized and non-motorized conveyances. The City of Irvine encourages bicycle use as a safe and convenient means of transportation for both commuting and recreational purposes, and offers over 100 miles of off-street bike trails and over 250 miles of on-street bike lanes. With a well-developed network of pathways and its commitment to promoting bicycling as a sustainable mode of transportation, Irvine is a great place to explore on two wheels. The city recognizes the benefit of bicycling as an alternative mode of transportation, resulting in reduced carbon emissions, environmental enhancements, and increased health benefits for all members of the community. In recent years, electric bicycles, also known as e-bikes, and electric mobility devices and conveyances have gained popularity as an efficient and eco-friendly mode of transportation. E-bikes are bicycles equipped with an electric motor that provides pedal assistance, making it easier to ride long distances and climb hills. As technology continues to improve and prices become more affordable, e-bikes will continue to grow in popularity and in use. However, statistics demonstrate that e-bike accidents are becoming increasingly more common. Collisions with motor vehicles, most often due to increased speeds, control issues, and unlicensed, inexperienced riders operating the electric mobility devices and conveyances, have created higher risks than traditional bicycles. Higher e-bike speeds significantly reduce reaction time for riders to be able to avoid potential collisions.
In May 2023, the city's Public Safety and Traffic Engineering departments drafted a series of ordinance amendments to establish regulations on electric mobility devices. Those were adopted by Irvine City Council in July of 23. However, the city continues to see an increase in unsafe riding behavior amongst the juvenile demographic, which has raised increasing concerns about public safety and the preservation of public and private spaces for their intended uses. These amendments proposed by the ordinance aim to address the issues by providing standardized definitions of electric mobility devices, implementing additional regulations on unsafe riding behavior, and emphasizing safe use of these devices in both public and private areas, while balancing residents' abilities to use electric mobility devices for transportation or recreational purposes. The proposed amendments are a fundamental component of Irvine's comprehensive strategy designed to address the growing challenges related to electric mobility device use in the city. E-bikes are a great means of transportation when they're used with due regard for the safety of others. However, the improper and reckless use of e-bikes, especially amongst young riders, has significantly increased safety concerns. Over the last 3 years, 65 to 70% of the city's bicycle collisions involved a juvenile rider, with 60 to 65% of those involving an e-bike. More specifically, we observed that the 13 to 16-year-old juvenile age group is involved in 53% of all bicycle collisions, with 69% of those operating an e-bike. With the increasing popularity and usage of electric bicycles, electric scooters, motorized bicycles, and other micromobility devices, traffic accidents involving individuals operating the aforementioned devices and collisions with motor vehicles have greatly increased, necessitating rules and regulations applicable to these devices to ensure a safer community. In an effort to adequately protect the community from the dangers inherent in operating these electric mobility devices, Public Safety is proposing to amend the Irvine Municipal Code under Division 7 of Title 4.
Key components of the amendments include updating the Municipal Code's definition of mobility devices consistent with recent revisions to the California Vehicle Code, precluding mobility device owners from tampering with or modifying their devices in order to increase the speed capability beyond the device's specifications, increasing parental responsibility and accountability for knowingly authorizing or permitting their minor child to violate provisions of the Municipal Code, continuing classifying violations under the Bicycle Division as infractions unless the circumstances warrant charging them as misdemeanors, revising the Municipal Code's enforcement mechanisms of traffic laws to coincide with provisions of the California Vehicle Code, implementing lower speed limits on sidewalks, bicycle paths or trails, especially when other people are present, or in and around a school zone when children are present, adding specific definitions of unlawful operation of motorized and non-motorized conveyances to the Municipal Code, mandating conveyances be ridden in and or on appropriate and designated trails, pathways, and roadways within city parks and parking lots, removing bicycle licensing application requirements and fees from the Municipal Code where such provisions conflict with the California Vehicle Code and are preempted by state law, and finally allowing for storage or impound of any conveyance found in violation of the Municipal Code at the discretion of the official ordering the seizure. Public Safety is not suggesting City Council pass an ordinance disallowing e-bikes on any paved bike path or trail. implementing certain age restrictions on e-bikes beyond those already provided in the California Vehicle Code, or implementing licensing or registration requirements, as doing so at this time would conflict with the provisions of the California Vehicle Code and are preempted by state law. These amendments are intended to represent one piece of a comprehensive agenda to improve overall public safety.
Public notice was given on January 20th, public notice was given, and on January 20th, these additions and amendments were shared at the Transportation Commission, and by a 5-0-2 vote, recommended that the City Council adopt the proposed amended ordinance of Division 7 of Title 4 relating to bicycles, motorized and non-motorized conveyances. Additionally, they recommend that the proposed speed limit be changed from 15 miles per hour to 20 miles per hour on a bicycle path or trail, as outlined in Section 4-7-205, subsection C. Public safety will continue to focus on education and awareness efforts. And once approved, public safety will launch a public awareness campaign and provide a 30-day grace period before enforcement of the updated municipal code. Public safety suggested amendments to the municipal code would not result in any significant financial cost to the city. And traffic engineering may choose to install signs in designated areas throughout the city if or when it's determined that they are needed. E-bikes and other electronic mobility devices are here to stay. Educating our community and enforcing the laws related to these devices remain a top priority for our department. These municipal code additions and amendments will provide us additional enforcement options to ensure that all drivers, pedestrians, and bicyclists enjoy a safe and enjoyable experience on our roadways, sidewalks, and bicycle paths. Thank you very much for your time. We're available for any questions that you may have.
Well, thank you for your presentation and for your continuing hard work in this area of growing concern. I have a number of thoughts that I wanted to share, but just generally speaking, before I want to recognize my colleagues first, but generally speaking, this ordinance with its various amendments and provisions and so forth generally seems to do two things. One, conform with the requirements and preemptive provisions of state law and so forth. But at the same time, it gives clarity and I think a broadening of local authority to deal with this growing problem. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
And it gives you some discretion in certain areas that I'll want to follow up with in a few minutes. But is that a correct assumption too?
Yes, sir.
More discretion, more tools, more possibilities to keep people safe.
That's correct.
All right. With that, I'll turn to my colleagues. Councilmember Treseder, followed by Councilmember Liu.
Thank you. I really appreciate you being here to present this and for all your hard work on this ordinance. Thank you. I appreciate your expertise and your time, and also appreciate I had a e-bike safety town hall with Representative Dave Min a few months ago, and you were all very generous to donate your time and to come and to give us some remarks. And I understand this is just a very difficult situation to try to deal with, and I think that this is the best of possible worlds, what you put together. The only thing that I just have a little quibble with is just the speed limit for e-bikes on trails and bike paths being 15 miles per hour instead of 20. I know that the Transportation Commission recommended 20. I can imagine that 15 would be safer than 20. I will say I ride e-bikes a lot, and I ride on the trails. I really love the Mountain to the Sea Trail and the Shady Park Trail, Shady Canyon Trail. I go about 18 miles an hour usually, and so do most of the people on the trail with me. I think it's probably fine. I don't think that people are being super reckless if they're between that 15 and 20 mile per hour range. So I would favor having the higher speed limit of 20 miles per hour. But I'd love to hear what my colleagues have to say about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Treseder. Councilmember Liu.
Thank you. First of all, thank you. This has been long awaited. We get so many emails and meeting requests about this issue all the time, and you're probably both tired of hearing from my office and meeting with us to educate us. So thank you for doing all the hard work. So that's kind of a follow-up. I personally do not ride bikes, so I would like to know because we did get the email about how Transportation Commission had recommended 20 miles per hour. So can you please explain why you arrived at 15 rather than 20, and why wasn't their recommendation adopted?
One reason we had suggested 15 miles an hour is because that's what it is for electric scooters. It's a lower speed limit, which tends to give people more reaction time to respond to anything that might interfere with, the path of travel. Their recommendation for 20 was, just as Councilmember Treseder had said, that most people can ride their bicycles between 15 and 20 miles an hour, even conventional bicycles, not just e-bikes.
Right, so, that kind of, if safety is not a concern, that goes to an enforcement issue. I would hate to paint the city into a corner if we don't differentiate it. If it's possible, maybe that should be something we can do to differentiate bicycle versus scooters and set the different limits. Obviously, that whatever's reasonable, and I would hate to make that an issue for enforcement. And the other thing is, can you clarify the specific criteria or threshold officers will use to decide whether issuing a citation versus impounding a device?
To address the first comment, there is a subsection for motorized scooters that's separate from the e-bikes or conventional bikes, and that's already at 15, which is consistent with state law. Discretion is going to depend on the circumstances of the situation, how compliant the juvenile is when they're being detained or stopped for the violation, what the violation is, how egregious is it, are their parents able to respond or a guardian able to respond to pick up their electric bicycle. So there's a lot of factors that the officers will take into consideration before impounding an e-bike.
And I'm really glad that we have both considerations reinforced in this update. One part is education, the other part is enforcement. What are the plans to maybe roll this out and educate the public? Especially as a parent, my first goal is to make sure my kids don't lose a limb when they go out and ride their bikes. So I would think that parents are probably of the same thoughts, that they would like to know a little more about that and keep their kids safe.
Absolutely. So we would use our social media platforms. We connect with the Irvine Unified School District as well as the Tustin Unified School District. Those are probably going to be the major ways that we spread the word and the message to the Irvine community. It'll also be on the Irvine Police Department's website as well as the City of Irvine's website.
And so with that said, thank you so much for doing all the hard work, and I can't wait to get this rolled out.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Liu. We'll turn now to Councilmember Martinez-Franco, followed by Councilmember Go.
Thank you, and thank you so much for all the work that you do. I have actually the same question as my fellow Councilmember Melinda, and my concern is for pedestrians, and has been my concern since I started investigating this issue. I remember a few months ago, I have my health and wellness walk event, and as I was walking with the community, bicycles will not care that we are walking in the side of the, almost falling into the creek. They will just pass us like super fast. So if for some reason we are tripping and then that person is coming even 5 miles faster, they're not gonna be able to stop. And another concern is that there are kids walking there like toddlers, and they cannot just like control them, or the dogs in the leashes. So what are we doing to protect pedestrians? That's my whole point, and it has been my whole point the entire time.
A lot of these were with that in mind. One of the state legislation that's currently dictating how we operate, bicycles and e-bikes fall under the same definition. So because bicycles, a conventional bicycle, a bicycle with training wheels can be ridden on the sidewalk, then all bicycles are allowed to be ridden on the sidewalk. So part of this was to see if we could reduce the speed to give people more of a reaction time, or for the cyclists to be able to see what the threats are ahead of them so they can avoid it.
But well, then they have more reaction time if they go 15 miles an hour rather than 20?
Yes, the slower the speed, the more reaction time that they would have. So one of the things that we had added in here is that on a sidewalk that somebody won't travel more than 10 miles an hour, especially in a school zone. It will be 5 miles an hour when children are present. So there's additional language that has been added to it to have slower speeds when there's people around. In general, there's also a section where they're supposed to ride with due regard for the presence of others, which is all pedestrians.
And the last question, how is this going to be enforced?
Same way all of our other vehicle codes are enforced by members of the Traffic Bureau, our police officers that are on the streets. Again, we'll be educating the public before enforcement occurs.
But in the trails?
It'll be by us as well.
Police in bicycles?
Police, correct.
Oh,
police
okay.
officers, yeah.
Okay, thank
you. So right now on the open space trails, people are not allowed to ride electric bicycles, and that's what was passed in 2023.
Yeah, they still ride it.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Franco. Councilmember Go. Yeah, that's all right. Councilmember Go. I'm going to, after that, call on Councilmember Vice Mayor Mai, who hasn't spoken yet. Go right ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just want to offer a couple of perspectives from an end user who rides an electric scooter, a regular bike without a motor, and as well as bikes with motors. So generally, I feel on a scooter, 15 miles an hour is right around where it starts to get difficult to maneuver because the wheels are much smaller. The turning radius is very tight, and it's harder to just keep it safely above that. But for bicycles, we have a much better handling capability, bigger tires, better turn radius. And while 15 is great, I think 20 for most people is the functional speed. Anything beyond 20, wind resistance starts to get exponentially much harder to go higher. So I think for a lot of folks, between 15 to 20 is pretty seamless back and forth. So I've always cautioned that let's not create policies that either are or difficult to enforce economically and functionally, just very hard, because you're going to find a lot of these people are going between 15 to 20 regardless, because a lot of us don't even have an odometer on our bike. We don't know how fast we're going per se, but from a physics standpoint, naturally, the 20-mile-an-hour barrier is kind of like where physics meet, human capabilities. So I think while it's great, we want to keep people safe, I understand. But at the end of the day, you want it to be functional as well. And I would hate for you guys to go try to ticket everybody going 16, 17, 18 miles an hour without them even knowing. They feel like they're going 15 or you have intention. So I think from a user standpoint, I'm all for safety, but it would be very hard for us to monitor ourselves to go between that speed or try to stay away from it. So that's basically my feedback as a user.
Thank you, Councilmember Go. I'll call on Councilmember Vice Mayor Mai at this time, to be followed by Councilmember Treseder, and then Councilmember Liu in a second round, apparently.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, officers, for your presentation. This data is just, it's great to see this data that you have up here. I really appreciate that. Seeing the actual numbers and the age groups really brings things into perspective. I tend to agree with my colleague here, William Goes. 20 miles per hour, I think, is kind of a good balance there. Especially, I mean, I use an e-bike also. When I'm going downhill, it goes a little higher than that. Even if I'm going at 15, it tends to go a little bit higher than that as well. I want to just reassure you, we want to give you all the tools that you need to enforce the law in any way possible. So your advice and your feedback is very important to all of us. I do have a question on enforcement. Are we, when a resident wants to report this, do they go about, like if there's a violation, if they see an e-bike violation, are they able to report it, or do they go through the standard reporting mechanisms?
Yeah, they could report it online through one of our portals, or they could call dispatch and let the officers know that it's happening in the moment. So usually when there's a large group of juveniles that are causing a problem, that'll be a call to our dispatch center, and they'll send available officers.
Okay. And then also, are you guys actively monitoring hotspots where this happened around schools or during after school hours where these large groups tend to populate and pop up after school?
Absolutely. We do that, as well as all the different shopping centers where they tend to congregate as well.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. We're into a second round here. Councilmember Treseder, followed by Councilmember Liu.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to mention in terms of enforcement, at our town hall that we had where Officer Schaefer was, right outside of the town hall, we were at a community center, right outside the town hall, there was a basketball court, and there were a bunch of juveniles who were on e-bikes being pretty unsafe in the basketball court. So he just went out and started talking to them. He said, "You're pretty unlucky." We're just in there with the e-bike safety town hall. But he talked to them for quite a while, and I have to say, I was really impressed. At first they seemed pretty concerned, but then they seemed very friendly with you, and they actually stayed around after to hang out with you a little bit more. So I really appreciate that. You do a good job of finding that balance between enforcement and encouragement. So just wanted to recognize that. But I also just want to emphasize that this 15 miles per hour to 20 miles per hour question is just for the bicycle paths or trails, not sidewalks. So sidewalks, 5 miles per hour, right? Around school zones?
For sidewalks, we have 10 miles an hour, and then 5 around school zones when children are present.
Perfect. So places where there are pedestrians, absolutely. I'm not thinking that we should be going 20 miles per hour next to pedestrians. Absolutely not. This only applies to bicycle paths or trails. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Treseder. Councilmember Liu.
I forgot to ask this question once, so one last question about parental liability. What kind of standard are we using? Are we using actual knowledge that the parents know about their children not being safe and have violated the rules, or are we using a reasonable person standard?
Thank you, Councilmember. Yes, the standard we'd be using is whether the parent knowingly authorizes their child to violate these provisions. We understand that sometimes children don't listen to their parents. As a parent myself, I understand that fully well. The situations we consider, especially when you start talking about the off-highway electric motorcycles, especially when parents are continually allowing their children to ride these, even though they know they're illegal. When we can establish that there is some kind of knowledge that goes beyond just a young person not listening to their parents in the moment, those are the standards that we're going to be using for this kind of enforcement.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Liu. Let me just hone in on a thought or two here. Scooters. In a publication that our police department has put out, something surprised me, which was to learn that scooters, which have been around, of course, a long time, motorized scooters, apparently require a California driver's license. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do we cite people who are clearly underage and riding a scooter?
We'll either cite or educate. It depends on the situation or the circumstance. Electric scooters are also only supposed to be ridden in the street and not on the sidewalk, per the state legislation.
All right, so when somebody's riding one on the sidewalk, do you cite them?
It depends on the situation. We'll either educate them to inform them of the law because, like you said, you weren't aware of it. A lot of people aren't aware of it, and we do our best to try to share that information through various publications, social media, and then again, we have the ability to enforce through citations, administrative citations, or through education.
But if you have a 12-year-old boy who's riding a scooter, motorized scooter, is that illegal in and of itself? A 12-year-old who, under state law, should have a driver's license for a scooter?
Yes.
So do we issue a citation? Do we issue warnings? Do we inform the parents? It's interesting. The law is so strict with respect to scooters, which I guess preceded the e-bike craze, and that helps explain the anomaly. But do we take advantage of that to keep underage people off of scooters?
We do all three. If we're going to cite them, we'll notify their parents. If we're going to give them a warning, we'll notify their parents. So their parent or guardian's notified either way, whether it's a citation or not.
Okay. Let me turn to the matter of helmets. We're trying to protect primarily young people here, trying to protect them kind of from themselves. And we're also trying to protect pedestrians. So what I'd like to do is just focus on young people riding an e-bike, but without a helmet, or with a passenger, even a legal passenger, but without a helmet. How many citations are we issuing on that?
I don't have the specific number for you, but I can tell you we were doing a visibility enforcement today in the north end of the city, and half of the citations during that hour and a half were specifically for helmet violations. So under state law, anyone under the age of 18 that's riding a bicycle, whether conventional or electric, need to wear a helmet.
I read I think there was a study, or maybe it was published by our department, that your chances of avoiding serious injury or death are improved by 40% if you're wearing a helmet rather than unhelmeted. It makes all the difference in the world, obviously. Are we anticipating stepping up the enforcement? Because when I'm out and about town, I would say half of the younger people riding e-bikes are either not helmeted, they don't even have a helmet, or they're wearing the helmet, but it's not properly strapped and will provide little or no protection in the event of a serious collision. Do we intend to step up the enforcement even beyond what we're doing now?
Yes, sir.
Good. I think this is part of a cultural change. Obviously, a lot of it's education, but a lot of it's just deterrence by virtue of the fact somebody gets cited and the parents have to come in and all the rest. So I'm very appreciative of whatever stepped up enforcement can be undertaken in that regard. And then this speed limit on sidewalks, 10 miles per hour, 5 miles per hour, does that apply to, well, do we plan to post those speed limits along sidewalks?
That's what we'll work with the traffic engineering team to determine. Again, we're going to have a robust social media presence and education, originally 30-day grace period, so we could try to push that information out as best as we can.
Good. I think that that might be very, very beneficial. Now, would that apply to our trail systems as well?
So the bicycle paths and trails would fall under a 15-mile-an-hour speed limit, or 20-mile-an-hour speed limit as suggested by several council members.
How about when pedestrians are present?
On the bike trails, it would just be the speed.
Are these exclusively bike trails, or are they shared?
The way that it's written is 10 miles an hour on sidewalks, 5 miles an hour within a school zone when children are present, and then 15 or 20 miles an hour on the bike paths and trails.
How about within an HOA? They have their own paths, walking paths.
HOAs are a little bit tricky, especially when it's private property.
Do we work with HOAs at all?
We do. We have conversations with them, and in order for them to allow enforcement, they need to get a vote from the members of the HOA. Some of them will go through that process, and others don't do that.
So when we get a complaint from a pedestrian, a righteous complaint that their cherished walking paths are no longer safe for them, that they've experienced one incident after another or whatever, do we tell them they need to complain to their HOA? Because we have an open door policy. We would work with an HOA, but you have to be requested. We're not going to impose it on an HOA.
Yes.
All right. That's important because all of us up here get complaints from pedestrians, and in many cases it's, you know, their favored walking path within an HOA, so we should redirect those people to complain to their HOA and to urge their HOA to work with our police department. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, this is very helpful. Let me turn to our city clerk and ask if there are any public comments.
Thank you, Mayor. We do have 4 requests to speak.
4 requests. How many are here and how many are remote?
1 in person and 3 on Zoom.
All right. Close the queue and we'll give each of them 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could call forward Susan Sayer.
Welcome.
Well, hi again. My name is Susan Sayer, and I'm a longtime Irvine resident, and I currently live Regents Point. It's a senior community on Harvard between University High and UCI. A lot of our, my fellow residents and myself, we walk daily on Harvard. A lot of us daily in Mason Park on the pathways there. Many people walk who are on walkers, walk unsteadily with canes, and we have a growing problem. I've noticed a decreasing problem with electric bikes, super increasing problem with the scooters. Even some people have gotten skateboards and turned them into electric scooters. I believe that the electric bikes and the electric scooters should not be on sidewalks. They're definitely a safety risk to us, especially the people that don't keep good balance. I think they should also be forced into the, into the bike lanes and should be forced to go with the flow of traffic. I notice another problem is they ride on the sidewalks against the flow of traffic because it's so too far down to go down to an intersection to get to going the right direction on the street. I also think that all motorbikes and scooters should be registered and have the registration number or something located on the scooter so the people, so resident people on the sidewalks or whatever can note the registration number and we can call it into the police. These people need to need to know that they're putting pedestrians at risk. I think that there should be, the ordinance should include the violations, not only impounding the electric bikes or scooters, but require a class, like they used to have for if you got a ticket or something, you can get out of paying the ticket if you have a class. But I think that they should impound the scooters and require a class, and if they're a minor, the parent should have to take it as well. There needs to be more of a consequence. So I guess that's basically it, but I see the scooters and the bikes, but particularly the scooters, as a growing risk in my neighborhood anyway. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mari Fujii. Mari, you may unmute your mic.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Agran and esteemed council members. I'm actually excited. It looks like you guys are going to adjourn at an earlier time, so I'll make my remarks brief. My name is Mari Fujii, and I'm a longtime resident in District 5 and chair of the Transportation Commission. Last week, as you know, our commission met to review the recommended changes to the City Muni Code related to bikes and e-bikes, and we voted unanimously to approve the changes with one important recommendation, and that is to modify Section 4-7-205, Item C, in which we recommend to change the speed limit for bikes and e-bikes on bike lanes and bike trails to 20 miles an hour. And as already mentioned tonight, the recommended speed limit will still be 10 miles an hour on sidewalks where the pedestrians are located. All of the public commenters at our commission meeting also urged to change the speed limit to 20 miles an hour, including former longtime Transportation Commissioner and Chair Ken Montgomery, who's a longtime Class 2 e-bike rider. Most of the commissioners, like me, are e-bike riders of the slower Class 1 and Class 2 e-bikes, which can only go a maximum speed of 20 miles an hour. 20 miles an hour on bike lanes and trails is safe and reasonable, but most importantly, it will slow down those who ride the much faster Class 3 and Class 4 high-performance e-bikes, which can go at a more hazardous speed of anywhere from 28 to even 40 miles an hour, and is most likely the cause for many of the e-bike accidents that we see in the city. Thank you again for listening, and thank you.
Our next speaker is Harvey Liss. Harvey, you may unmute your mic.
I'm Harvey Liss, an Irvine resident since 1976. At night, I don't think I've ever seen a kid riding an e-bike with head and tail lights. They are typically wearing all black, making them virtually invisible. I can never imagine riding at night without head and tail lights. Can there be a city requirement for all bicycles to be ridden with head and tail lights? And maybe bikes can't be sold without head and tail lights. Or would that violate state law that requires riders to be invisible at night? Also, I see lots of kids with helmets that are not buckled, with the straps just dangling. That seems to be considered cool. Helmets must be buckled, otherwise they offer no protection. since they immediately fly off in a collision when the rider goes down. State laws also seem inconsistent regarding always mentioning that helmets must be buckled when worn. I would suggest that city ordinances always include "and buckle" when helmet requirements are mentioned. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Maria. Maria, you may unmute your mic.
Hi. Hello, everybody. Lieutenant and officer, I just have a couple questions in regards to, like everybody else, the 15 miles per hour speed limit from 20. So I am an avid class 3 e-bike rider, and I only have that because I follow, hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, because I follow my husband and he rides a normal bike very fast on the mountain to sea road. We typically ride all the way to the Back Bay. But in any event, I have to confess, I have ridden at least 25, sometimes up to 28. It only goes up to 28, my bike. But I can't even get as fast as my husband. So are you telling me that my husband then too, on his normal bike, cannot go over 20? So I just wanted to get clarity on that. Sidewalks, I definitely feel that e-bikes of any kind should not be on sidewalks. Maybe the class 1 and class 2 without the big, huge wheels. I was a witness of one who lost control of his bike and literally right in front of our eyes slammed into a pedestrian who did not even know what was coming. So we had to stop and make sure that pedestrian was okay. Both were just going to go their own separate ways, but I'm like, no, we need to understand what's going on here. And then in regards to the speed limits, thank you for noting that. I don't know what all the speed limits are with all these changes. With the Jeffrey Trail, I think Lieutenant had indicated you cannot be on trails unless there's a bike trail. Is that correct? Because I do have my little grandkids riding on that Jeffrey Trail with their parent, and sometimes they're on their e-bike carrier. So again, I just want to understand so I can communicate to them what's not allowed and allowed, so that we're in the legally riding. And then one other thing. E-scooters, I heard the thing about the HOA property. Does that mean getting approval from IPD, looking at bicycle accidents or e-bikes or just enforcement there? Do we have to go through that IPD request to be on property where we have to go through all of this approvals and so forth, or is it just calling you? And that's it.
Our last speaker is Eric Nishanian. Mr. Nishanian, you may unmute your mic. You have 90 seconds.
Thank you very much, council members, Mayor Agran. I just briefly wanted to say that there's nothing that I don't think there's anything that prevents the city from ratcheting up with already existing legislation with regarding to e-bikes, and there's no reason why some of these different classes can't be required to be licensed, where the drivers have to be licensed, just like the e-scooters, and that could solve some problems. And also, one of the officers was mentioning about how we can't be responsible for the parents because the children don't listen to the parents. Well, if the children aren't listening to the parents, they shouldn't be riding on the e-bikes to begin with. So the second offense is evidence of neglect or endangerment when the parent is still allowing the child to go on the bike. Kids are dying here in Newport Beach and Irvine and other jurisdictions locally, and if the parents aren't going to handle this, the city should. Thank you.
And that is all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. There were a number of questions raised. Did you want to respond to any of them? And I've taken some notes here. I wanted to pose these questions as well. Let me just jump in with one of them. Mason Park, do we have any jurisdiction there? Can we work with the county, or are we just helpless?
Mason Park doesn't fall under our jurisdiction. That's the Orange County Sheriff's Department. We have jurisdiction around the surrounding streets, though.
Do we ever talk to them about e-bike on those trails?
We let them know when we're having issues within the park, and they'll let us know as well if they need assistance.
And are they cooperative in enforcement? There are a lot of senior citizens who use those trails. It would be a shame if they're basically driven from them because they're so attractive for e-bike purposes or scooter purposes, you know.
Yeah, we'll communicate with them to let them know about those issues.
Good. Maybe I'll just go over the questions I've got here that were raised by folks. The 5 miles per hour. So we can establish an enforceable ordinance here that says there's a 5 mile per hour limit when pedestrians are present. Is that correct?
That's specific to school zones when children are present, similar to when you're driving a vehicle and the speed limit drops to 25 miles an hour in the school zone.
Can't we establish speed limits beyond school zones?
Yes, and that's what we said, 10 miles an hour on sidewalks and then 15 or 20 miles an hour on the bike paths and trails.
But can we, on sidewalks, have a posted speed limit of 5 miles per hour when pedestrians are present?
That is something that we can ask for.
I mean, there's a question of law.
Mayor,
I don't know what the state law permits. I'm getting some equivocation here. What does the state law permit?
I think the state law permits us to set the speed limit on sidewalks. So if the majority of the city council chose that they wanted to set the speed limit at 5 miles per hour for bikes and e-bikes on sidewalks, the city council would have the prerogative to do that.
We could set it at 5 miles per hour, or we could set a bifurcated arrangement, 10 miles per hour, 5 miles per hour when pedestrians are present.
Correct.
Which seems to me to be kind of a reasonable policy. This ordinance gives you the authority to do that. Is that correct?
No, Mayor.
Or it has to come back to the council?
The regulation, the speed limit is set by the city council. Law enforcement enforces the law.
Is that embedded in this ordinance, though?
It is.
But the 5 miles per hour when pedestrians are present
is not.
Is not.
That'd be a change that would be necessary to the ordinance.
So I would like to propose an amendment at the appropriate time. You might wish to draw that amendment while we turn to others. All right. Were there any other questions that were posed by public commenters that you might wish to respond to at this time?
No, sir.
How about the headlights or tail lights? Can we impose that requirement?
That's already a requirement by state law. And the new law that went into effect on January 1st is that additionally e-bikes have to have the red reflector or flashing red light with a built-in reflector during all hours of the day.
Sounds to me like, when is that effective? Is it effective now?
It was effective January 1st, Mr. Mayor.
Sounds to me like you're going to be really busy citing a lot of people who don't have headlights, tail lights, flashing lights, whatever's required. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
You have the people power to do that?
Yes, we do.
Good, good. All right, let me turn to Councilmember Treseder.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate the public commenters' questions, and so I did want to follow up with Ms. Sayer a bit. My apologies for all the e-scooters. I think they're coming from UCI. I don't understand it. The undergrads really, really like e-scooters. They don't like bikes. But yeah, my apologies. And so we'll see if we can get some enforcement there for sure. With your request that we make the students take a course if they get an infraction and have the parents take it too, they already have to do that. Is that correct? That's, yeah, early Saturday mornings. The parents have to bring their kids in. They don't get a lot of repeat offenders, I'm guessing. Yeah. All right, and then, let's see. I also want to say that I am sympathetic to the thought of reducing the speed limits to 5 miles per hour on sidewalks when there are pedestrians present. I will say that if one has tried to ride a bike at 5 miles per hour, you'll find it's very difficult. It's so slow that you lose the force that's keeping you balanced on the bike and start teetering. It's very, very slow, 5 miles an hour. I mean, I think that's great for when there are kids present, it's a school zone, but to have that be a citywide requirement, I think is probably asking a lot of people who are otherwise safely biking. So I'm not super supportive of that in particular, but I would like to take the opportunity to move staff's recommendations for this item with the exception of section 4-7-205C, having the speed limit be 20 miles per hour rather than 15 on bicycle paths or trails. And that's the end of the motion, but I just want to emphasize again, we're not talking about 20 miles per hour where there would be a pedestrian. These are dedicated bicycle paths or trails. Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thanks.
Well, we have an ordinance here which would need to be amended. So you're offering an amendment. Is that correct?
Yeah, Jeff, would you mind?
Sure. Councilmember Treceder, as I understood it, your motion is to adopt the ordinance as proposed, but to allow the speed limit on bicycle paths to move from 15 miles per hour to 20 miles per hour.
Correct.
To achieve that, you would adopt the ordinance as proposed, and you would amend Section 4-7-205C of the ordinance, which appears in Section 2 of the ordinance, to change the number 15 to 20.
Correct. Hopefully that came across when I made the motion. Thank you.
All right, so when this is introduced and read, it'll be to include that.
That described the revision, yes.
If this is adopted. Very well. I wanted to ask on the 10 miles per hour, 5 miles per hour when pedestrians are present. Are we giving you the discretion as to where that's applicable by virtue of this ordinance, or are we prescribing that everywhere?
The current draft of the ordinance says two things on this subject. First, it says that the speed limit is 10 miles per hour on sidewalks within the city,
right,
with an exception that it is 5 miles per hour in school zones when children are present. That's one thing that it says. The second thing that it says is that no person shall operate a bicycle or electric bicycle or a motorized scooter at a speed greater than is reasonable and prudent under existing conditions. So that creates some discretion. in law enforcement to determine that under the circumstances, somebody shouldn't be going 10 miles per hour on a sidewalk because, for example, there's a crowd of people there and it's dangerous. And that'd be a violation.
So does that give you ample latitude to provide for the safety of pedestrians in your judgment?
Yes, sir.
And that would be citywide, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. I want to be hearing from you going forward as to how that's working out, because these are absolutely harrowing incidents that pedestrians experience when they, as was expressed earlier by one of the callers, when they didn't even see it or hear it coming. And so I'd like to kind of zero in on that going forward, but it sounds to me like this language gives you the opportunity to see to it that that these incidents are cited when there's an e-bike going faster than 5 miles per hour, but when pedestrians are present, creating a dangerous situation. All right, as I think this through, this is complicated stuff, and I guess you're learning new things every day, aren't you, when it comes to what works in education and what works in enforcement?
Yes, sir.
All right. I think this is a good ordinance. Would you like to introduce it, Councilmember Treceder?
Oh, you mean read it?
That's correct.
Okay. Or maybe Jeff Melching could do it.
Well, then, heck, I'll move it. I'll direct Jeff to do it. And I think, do we have to take separate action on the 20 mile per hour matter?
No, it will be part of.
It will be part of it.
It will be part of.
Very well. Yes, go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Carroll, Councilmember Liu, Councilmember Carroll, and then we'll move the matter. Go ahead, Councilmember
Well,
Liu.
so my question was kind of answered. I mean, we're adopting it as recommended with the amendment. But I just wanted to clarify without, beating a dead horse, essentially, that currently what we're doing is setting the speed limit, the maximum speed, and obviously that will allow discretion. Like I said, and I think a lot of my council colleagues agree with me on this, that it will give you discretion in enforcement. And obviously we're also balancing the safety of the cyclist versus pedestrian. So, I mean, I'm okay with the way it's written right now, and if safety is not a concern, 15 versus 20, then, I would agree with the amendment. And so is that what we're voting on? That's basically what I'm trying to clarify. Yes, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Liu. Councilmember Carroll.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to ask City Attorney just again, so this motion, as stated, would be to raise the speed limit on city sidewalks to 20 miles an hour? Or no, it's not that?
No, it would be to raise the speed limit on bike paths. Sidewalks, the speed limit would be 10 miles per hour, except it would be 5 miles per hour in a school zone when children are present.
And sidewalks currently are?
There's no speed limit on sidewalks. So it's whatever's safe in the judgment of law enforcement.
So just a question again, just for the public safety team. So attaching speed limits to sidewalks is going to help you? That's why you're asking for a limit on sidewalks versus what you currently have? I'm just referring to public sidewalks.
Yes, we believe that educating the public on a reduced speed would also be helpful.
So currently we have nothing on sidewalks, which makes sense because sidewalks are for people using their legs to walk. So again, you're recommending to us to apply a speed limit to public sidewalks?
Yes.
Okay, I'll be voting no, not because I don't trust what you guys are doing, but I don't really understand the logic of applying a speed limit to a sidewalk, because I think that people should be able to walk as fast as they possibly can on sidewalks.
Councilmember Carroll, if I could try and be helpful here. This speed limit doesn't apply to pedestrians. It applies to bicycles, e-bicycles, and motorized scooters.
And we can't change the state vehicle code to prohibit e-bikes on sidewalks, correct? That is a preempted activity. We're not able to regulate e-bikes off sidewalks.
I think, and I'll stand corrected by law enforcement on this, I think you could, but you'd have to remove all bicycles from sidewalks as well, including, for example, tricycles and bicycles with training wheels.
Okay. So I guess I just want a little more clarification, if I could, from the public safety team on this, because sidewalks are just currently sidewalks. So we're recommending to apply a speed limit to sidewalks. Is that's what you're recommending that we do?
Councilmember Carroll, if I may, please. Part of the reason we're coming forward with recommendations to speed limits on sidewalks and pathways, that was a direction that was provided from council, something for us to explore and to come back with recommendations. So part of the reason we have these recommendations here forward tonight, because it was direction that was provided at prior meetings to us.
Okay, so Chief, I got to put you on the spot. So if we, and I say we because I don't know if I was we or whatever, but if this body up here informed you all to apply a sidewalk, if we didn't ask you to look at applying speed limits to sidewalks, would you be proposing this?
It could be potentially something that we look at. You know, one of the things that's a little bit unique for the city of Irvine is we have larger and wider sidewalks as compared to other cities. But we have seen an increase in, obviously, the use of the sidewalks, and we have had an increase in traffic collisions in the sidewalks, and that is part of the recommendation, is to be able to address that. I think it's just another tool that we have on our belt that we're able to use. It doesn't necessarily mean that we're something that we're going to be out there consistently enforcing, but if there's something that can assist our officers in being able to address an issue, especially around parks and schools, we'd like to have that.
It just feels like to me that the officers of the Irvine Police Department don't need a speed limit on sidewalks. I think we're trying to pretend that we're public safety up here and not you. I guess a sidewalk is a sidewalk. Was there a survey done just before I'm just one of 7. I'm sure that this will be 6-1, but I'm not voting for speed limits on sidewalks. But was there a survey done of other cities that may have speed limits on sidewalks? Do we know of any other city in Orange County that has this?
Not in Orange County, sir. Long Beach has a speed limit of 15 on their sidewalks.
Long Beach.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's good enough for me. I'll be voting no, not because I don't want to support it, and I appreciate you guys. I don't know what the direction was, but I do appreciate the rest of it. If someone wants to go ahead and separate the sidewalk portion, the attaching speed limits to sidewalks that are primarily for walking. Of course, I understand folks like myself who had their children with bikes with training wheels on a sidewalk rather than the bike lane. But I won't be voting for speed limits on sidewalks, and I guess my colleagues may be voting to apply speed walks to sidewalks, which would imply either mechanical or pedal vehicles, being sanctioned on sidewalks, because I don't think people can walk 10 miles an hour. I could be wrong, but I walk pretty fast on Turtle Rock Drive, but I don't think I do 10. So thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Any further questions, comments? All right. Is there a motion?
Point of order, I believe I already made the motion, and it was the Vice Mayor who seconded it.
right, well, it's got to be read.
Mr. Melching, would you mind please reading it?
It would be my pleasure. This is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Irvine, California, amending portions of Division 7 of Title 4 relating to bicycles, adding Section 4-7-206 of the Irvine Municipal Code relating to unlawful operation of motorized and non-motorized conveyances, and removing Sections 4-7-401 through 4-7-416 related to licenses. This is the form of the ordinance that was published in the agenda packet, subject to one revision in Section 2.
Section 4-7-205-C.
Thank you. Section 2, and then Section 4-7-205, speed, subdivision C, the number 15 will be changed to the number 20. And that's all.
All right. With the motion and second, the motion is properly before us, having been read to us, it's time to call the roll.
Councilmember Carroll.
No.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
And Mayor Agran.
Yes.
Carries 6-1 with Councilmember Carroll voting no.
Thank you all. That concludes that item. Now we move on to item 5.3. Would the clerk please identify this item by title and subject?
Consideration of a request by Councilmember Liu and Vice Mayor Mai to discuss veteran services and resources in Irvine.
All right. This was placed on the agenda at the request of council members Liu and Vice Mayor Mai. Who would like to present the item? Councilmember Mai?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. First, I'd like to thank my colleague, Councilmember Melinda Liu, for working on this together and bringing this forward. I appreciate her partnership and for giving all of us here the opportunity to thoughtfully consider how we could honor our veterans and strengthen the support we provide to those who have served. Irvine is home to many veterans and military families, yet it does not currently operate a centralized service hub, but we could. We could connect veterans to mental health resources, housing support, VA benefits, workforce development, wellness programs, and reintegration assistance. The county has resources, but like Irvine, it's fragmented. I know this because I provide resources and services for veterans, widows, veteran families through my nonprofits in and outside of Irvine. I hear their needs and hear their voices. Many nonprofits exist, but you have to seek them out. I've worked with veteran groups over the years and have been a referral partner to many. Navigation is challenging. When it comes to students or adults returning to schools that are veterans, I've been so impressed with the veteran resources they provide to the point I've met with several of them, and just to learn about how they work and what they do when it comes to veteran students. What I found was UCI, IVC, Concordia have dedicated offices, resources, and in many cases, funding through the VA. We can learn and lean on them and possibly partner with them to serve all of our veterans. I want to express my full support for continued efforts around the Veterans Memorial, Veterans Garden, and Memorial Park, or Memorial Walk. And just as importantly, I want to explore meaningful ways we can expand services for veterans who are currently living and may be in need. They served our country. At a minimum, we owe it to them to serve them in return. With that, I'll turn it over to my colleague, Councilmember Melinda Liu.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and thank you for Vice Mayor being willing to co-sponsor my memo. I'm honored to bring this item forward today to discuss expanding services and resources for our veterans and military families. Last May, I was approached by Valor and several other veteran groups regarding this issue, and I spent over 6 months working with them to understand how we can best help. And our office did extensive research. We interviewed several people. We talked to a lot of the stakeholders, interested parties. So we are ready to move forward this item forward. And since I introduced this item at the last council meeting, I have received lots of positive feedback from the public. And the discussion hasn't even ended. We are continuing to explore what other needs there are, and we are hoping to find a better solution to support the families. We know that immense sacrifices that veterans and their families make when their loved ones are away and deployed. They need to know their city supports them here at home. And that's why we see a perfect opportunity with the upcoming Center for Healthy Living and the Irvine Cares Initiative. By integrating veteran-focused programming, our city can provide mental and physical health resources such as counseling, wellness, workshops, and family support. Irvine has a rich military history and a large veteran population, and our city supports the 211 Marine Battalion at Camp Pendleton through its 211 Marine Adoption Committee. It's our duty as the city to support them in any way we can, and this motion asks for a two-phase approach. The first will be immediately leveraging the Center for Healthy Living for a near-term programming, and simultaneously will initiate an exploratory process to develop a longer-term vision for a centralized Veterans Resource Center in our city. So at this point, if I could, I would introduce my motion. We respectfully request that the city manager return with recommendations on near-term programming, partnership opportunities, preliminary service frameworks, and next steps for a citywide resource center for the veterans and their families.
Second.
Thank you.
There's a motion introduced by Councilmember Liu and seconded by Vice Mayor Mai. Would the clerk read that back, just so we're clear what the motion is?
Sure. It was a request that the city manager return with recommendations on near-term programming, partnership opportunities, preliminary service frameworks, and next steps for a citywide resource center.
All right. Let me, I guess, first turn to the public. Are there any requests for public comment?
Thank you, Mayor. We have 4 requests to speak, 1 in person, 3 on Zoom.
Why don't we hear from those first? And then we can comment here at the dais once we've heard from those. So each of those speakers will be given 3 minutes, and close the queue at this time, please.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could call forward Byron Salvatierra.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Agran, Vice Mayor Mai, council members. My name is Byron Salvatierra. My family moved here to Irvine in 1984. I'm a veteran of the U.S. Army Reserve, having served a tour in Baghdad, Iraq. I'm here tonight to speak in strong support of the Veteran Services Center, proposed by Councilmember Liu and Vice Mayor Mai. When I returned to Irvine in 2004, I struggled to navigate the transition back to civilian life. At the time, the closest support center was outside city limits. Like many veterans, I dealt with survivor's guilt, feeling that because I wasn't physically wounded, I didn't deserve help. Because there were no local transition check-ins, I felt largely unsupported. Eventually, I made an appointment elsewhere, but during the long drive, I talked myself out of it. I remember sitting in my car in that distant parking lot, telling myself that I didn't deserve care and simply driving home. It took 20 years and the passage of the PACT Act for me to finally seek the VA services I needed. I firmly believe that if we had a Veteran Services Center here in Irvine, that barrier to entry would have been lower. A local presence tells veterans they are seen and supported. Please vote yes on this proposal so the next generation of Irvine veterans don't have to wait 20 years for the care they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is telephone number 347. 347, you may unmute your mic.
Yes, this is Deepa.
This proposal does not establish new veteran services today. It does not allocate funding, identify location, or commit staffing. It initiates an exploratory process and asks staff to return later with recommendations. In the near term, veterans would be integrated into the planned Center for Healthy Living, subject to available space and resources. There is no commitment to dedicated veteran services or guaranteed access. Other sites, including San Diego and Los Angeles, already operate dedicated veteran resource centers with on-site benefits, assistance, housing navigation, and mental health services. Veterans can access help immediately in one location. Orange County also provides essential veteran services through the County Veteran Service Office. Any city effort should clearly complement those services and avoid duplication. Otherwise, this looks like you are using veterans as a political tool to secure broader funding that would serve a broader population and be a disservice to our veterans. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Eric Nishanian. Mr. Nishanian, you may unmute your mic.
Thank you, council members, Mayor Agran. You know, Melinda Liu and Vice Mayor James Mai, they were parroting Emil Haddad's, position regarding the Great Park and concerning that the community is not set now for a cemetery because it's changed, despite the voter initiative. And they looked bad, so they proposed this. But this is duplicative. This is just like the passport office. It's just another waste of resources. We can't staff our senior living facilities. We can't staff our free food giveaways. We can't staff the things that we already have in play. We can't even enforce the business licenses. But we did, one thing I did hear is that we have partners like Concordia University and IVC and UCI that already have existing veterans centers. They're our partners. We should lean on them and ask for their assistance to allow citizens here that are not part of those organizations to access that. Or maybe we should partner with the VA and have the VA open an ombudsman office here to assist veterans. But most importantly, we need to build that cemetery. That's where the support should be coming from our council members, to support the existing voters initiative, and to stop rallying around the Great Park developers. And Emil Haddad's passed a position about how the community has changed and it's no longer feasible or compatible. That's nonsense. And opening up this new facility is also nonsense. Use what exists. Don't recreate the wheel.
Our next speaker is Hillary Zappin. Hillary, you may unmute your mic.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Hillary Zappin, and I serve as the Executive Director of Fisher House, Southern California. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of the proposed memorandum on veteran services and resources in Irvine. Fisher House, Southern California provides temporary lodging and compassionate support for military and veteran families while their loved ones receive medical care at VA, Department of Defense, and other regional hospitals when specialized treatment is required. In our work, we see every day that housing stability during medical treatment is only one piece of a much larger picture. Long-term wellness for veterans and their families really does depend on access to coordinated services, including mental health support, peer connection, education, and family-centered resources within their own communities. For that reason, I want to commend Councilmember Liu and Vice Mayor Mai for advancing a thoughtful, phased approach, integrating veteran-focused programming into the planned Center for Healthy Living, allows the city to act now, using existing infrastructure while responsibly exploring a long-term vision for a centralized Veterans Resource Center. What stands out to us is the emphasis on partnership. When cities, healthcare providers, nonprofits, and educational institutions work together, veterans are better served. Resources are maximized, and families are less likely, to fall through the cracks. While Fisher House does not duplicate these services, we strongly support initiatives that strengthen the broader ecosystem of care for veterans and their families. Irvine's approach reflects both compassion and sound planning, and we believe it will meaningfully enhance quality of life for those who have served. Thank you for your leadership and for allowing Fisher House Southern California to lend its voice in support of this important initiative. Thank you.
And that is all, Mayor.
Thank you to all the public commenters. I want to call on my colleagues now. There is a motion. Would you read it one more time, please, so that any further discussion can focus on the motion?
Of course. So the motion was made by Councilmember Liu, seconded by Vice Mayor Mai, to direct the city manager to return with recommendations on near-term programming, partnership opportunities, preliminary service frameworks, and next steps for a citywide resource center for veterans.
Thank you. Let me just say this seems like a very reasonable motion at this stage. I just want to turn to our city manager and inquire as to whether that direction is sufficiently broad on the one hand, but narrow enough that we're not looking at a vast comprehensive study.
Thank you for the question, Mayor. I think the motion does provide us with direction, but also freedom to come back, freedom to be creative and come back with potential options and solutions.
Good. And don't hesitate to, assuming the motion passes, come back with preliminary findings so that we might give you further direction if that seems appropriate.
Thank you, Mayor. We'll do.
All right. With that, I'll turn to Councilmember Liu and then Councilmember Treseder.
Thank you. So just to clarify a lot of the confusions, that first of all, this is going to be specifically benefiting veterans and their families. And we've been approached with by not just Valor, American Legion as well, which they have experiences in providing mental health support for families and active service members and veterans as well. And in a lot of it, and funny that UCI was mentioned because UCI Veterans Office also is in support of this to bring their services and broaden their service space from just UCI students and UCI population. And the same goes to the IVC Veteran Resource Center. So those are several of the groups that we have already talked to. And not only that, we've been approached by other veterans about maybe bringing in medical services. That could be one of the things that we could consider. Like one of the callers mentioned that the closest services is in Los Angeles. And you know, we did hear about that as well. So it is inconvenient for veterans in Orange County or specifically in Irvine to have to go all the way to Long Beach to seek, or LA to seek medical care and VA services. So like I said, the conversation is still continuing, and we're hoping that we can give directions, sufficient directions to staff, and we can continue this and bring in existing services, and we're not fighting for other resources. We're just bringing in existing resources and not using more of cities' funding and resources in this way. And so we can bring this service immediately to our veterans group. And I believe Mayor mentioned that the fact that we are also looking for a long-term solution. I think that is why we want the two-phase approach.
Thank you, Councilmember Liu. Councilmember Treseder.
Thank you. Yeah, I really appreciate the Vice Mayor and Councilmember Liu for bringing this forward. I think it's really important. I would imagine my default assumption is that everybody here on the council cares a lot about veterans. We want to help out. And so I'm very happy to support this. Thank you.
That, I think, concludes comment from the dais here. There is a motion before us. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treseder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Agran.
Yes.
Carry 7-0.
Thank you. That takes us to the final item on the agenda, item 5.4. Would the clerk please identify this item by title and subject?
Consideration of a request by Mayor Agran to discuss an Irvine Business Complex advertising building wrap pilot.
Thank you. I had put in a brief memo on this matter. I was in attendance at a briefing that was offered to me, and I think may have been offered to others in the city family, council members, and certainly our staff, regarding a building wrap, WRAP, a building wrap pilot project. The idea being that there is a technology, there are technologies available, whether you would call it low-tech or high-tech or a combination of both, to quite literally wrap a building or buildings and, in effect, announce or advertise either major events or continuing institutional advertising of one kind or another. This was presented in a context that, to me, was interesting, whether it's the upcoming World Cup or whether it's the 2028 Olympics, some big event or events that would be suitable for advertising, but advertising in a way that allows us to participate in the excitement of the World Cup, the Super Bowl. When is the Super Bowl coming to Southern California again? In 2027, or the Olympics in 2028. And the added benefit, of course, here would be that this would be financially remunerative to the city as well as to the private entities involved in this. Let me say I'm putting this on the agenda just to see whether or not there's any interest in pursuing this any further. What I have in mind is a pilot program, probably in connection with the World Cup, which comes up first. And I have much less interest in ongoing advertising that could provide for creeping commercialism throughout IBC. I just kind of want to state that up front. But I feel this is worthy enough to at least test the waters with the City Council at this point. And accordingly, I've invited Dave Cafaro, who is president of the Chamber of Commerce. And you, in turn, Dave, can introduce a presenter who can give us a very brief presentation of what this is about and whether the council has any interest in pursuing it any further. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. I am Dave Cafaro with the Greater Irvine Chamber.
I'm Rob Jones with State Street representing Lakeshore.
And so, Mayor, you gave really our whole presentation. Thank you very much for that. Right. Any questions? No. So the proposal for your consideration is to explore a pilot program in a very narrowly defined region. So we want to be specific. It's not across the city. It's just a very narrowly defined section along the 405. And that's to allow the presentation of temporary building wrap signage. So Rob and I are going to walk through why we think this is the right time to explore this, and also the importance of proper governance to make it work. We recognize the city's brand and how pristine it is, and nothing should jeopardize that. We do believe that with proper governance, we can make this an Irvine caliber program. So here are the conditions that we believe make this an important time to consider this type of a pilot program. So can we go to the next slide, please? Thank you. So this is really unprecedented. I don't know that there's ever been a time where we've had these consecutive global events taking place right here in Southern California. World Cup this year, Super Bowl next year, Olympics the following year. And these events truly present a unique marketing opportunity. So the opportunity for Irvine to participate is to promote local and regional high-impact events within the Irvine Business Complex section along the 405. So you probably know this, the data show that this section of the 405 is one of the most highly traveled sections of freeway in the country. On a peak day, there are 300,000 vehicles that are making their way up and down the 405. And so we believe that the appropriate exposure with certain buildings in this specific space can help strengthen Irvine's position as the center of Southern California. We're so well positioned between LA and San Diego, and truly a place of tourism and a place to attract and retain businesses in alignment with these events. So the proposal that we'd like to consider, and if we can go to the next slide, please. There we go. And it's a 3-year pilot program, so we can capitalize on these 3 major events for a temporary sign district overlay in the IBC, and it's to leverage these global events taking place and to elevate the city's regional visibility. So we want to be able to authorize select buildings to feature these recyclable vinyl building wrap signages and transform the facades into high-impact promotional spaces under strict governance. And again, underscoring under strict governance. Proper governance is going to be the key to this working properly and to align with the city's standards. We want to be able to showcase local events related to these global events, regional events along the 405 corridor, and increase engagement and activity in the IBC area. So this creates opportunities to position IBC as Southern California's hub for innovation and business growth, and it can generate meaningful economic development revenue for the city. So, Rob.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Yeah, what we want to do is we want to try to harness the high visibility of the IBC's position on the 405, reinforce Irvine's central location as the center of SoCal, easy enough to get to LA, to San Diego, to Temecula, or out onto the islands. The thought was to get 4 to 6 buildings in the pilot program along the 405 using the large format vinyl. We'll call them vinyl wraps, but it's just vinyl installation. And with the World Cup, Super Bowl, and Olympics occurring in our backyard, it just seemed like the perfect opportunity to connect Irvine to those events for people that are coming from other places. And it creates new channels of revenue for building owners, hotels, retail in the city. And while it's temporary wrap signage, usually there's a 30-day period that these are, I'll call it up. That's installation, display, and removal, no more than 30 days. That's how they're designed. That doesn't mean they'll be cheap. I mean, it's going to be high quality. It's going to be more of the quality and aesthetic that Irvine's accustomed to. And it wouldn't necessarily be wrapped. It would be architecturally integrated into the design. We would go from building feature to building feature, maybe edge to edge. Maybe one, if it's a rounded corner, maybe it is wrapped. But the vision there would be that there'd be a group that would be approving that first, content aside, just where the side of the building it goes in, how it goes in, how it looks, and how it integrates into the building design. So we want everything to be top-notch all the way through so people are happy with it. Next slide, please. We're estimating if it was 2 signs, with 6 buildings participating, if it's 2 signs per building per year for these programs, that it would be $1.2 million, would be about $100,000 for, exactly $100,000 for the city every time a sign goes up. The sign companies we've talked to have shown great interest. We've talked to 2 of them. They think there'd be really high interest from advertisers. And we're talking about, particularly when you talk about World Cup, Super Bowl, Olympics, the event sponsors are a who's who of Fortune 500 companies and large corporations. So we know the quality will be there and the demand will be there for those events. We think we have 20 million plus square feet of office in the IBC. So I mean, that's calling more attention to the IBC for people particularly that aren't in Irvine today. Really helps on retail, helps on hotel, helps on business, and leasing office space in today's point. To set up the IBC as a hub for innovation and business in Orange County and in Southern California would be great. The city can also have the ability to utilize the signs, I'll call them sign slots, at cost if there's city initiatives that are coming up, or public service announcements, events, some other message you're trying to get out, there'd be opportunity to do that. And or on the other wraps, you could have an embedded City of Irvine logo on there. You could have a logo or just the slogan for the IBC on there, just so people are more familiar with it when they're driving by, or people that aren't aware of it. Next slide, please. Again, pilot program would be 4 to 6 buildings. Comes out to $1.2 million if we can hit the two ads on each building for a year. So $3.6 million to the city over a 3-year period. Honestly, we're going to be a little late for World Cup. There will be some activity later in the year. Beyond that, with the Super Bowl coming up at the beginning of next year, but we may have limited options for the World Cup for year 1. And just want to make sure I covered everything on that one. Buildings, we're hearing anywhere from $400,000 range. It depends on the event. The Olympics, you're going to have much larger sponsors, people like putting a lot of money out for these. If it was something else that was, as you mentioned, the non-major events, if it was Long Beach Grand Prix or the Women's Indoor Volleyball World Championships are being partly held the finals will be in Anaheim, at Honda Center where the U.S. Women's Training Center is. That could be one that somebody might want to get behind and put up there as well. So there would be other opportunities to consider, and then it gets down to governance on what we want to open it up to, clean zone, green zone for the type thing for this event, but nothing else. And then we'd have the opportunity to sort of work with the staff on how to put that together for recommendations.
Thank you.
Let me add
yes.
a couple more things, if I may. So part of what we're suggesting is that there's a very high licensing fee to the city. The minimum fee is $100,000. So that will narrow the pool of potential advertisers to only those that are very serious and will help align with the governance structure that would be developed by the city. So $100,000 minimum or 10%, whichever is greater. So that's part of the recommendation here. Let me close with a couple of other things, if we can go to the last slide. And that is what we're suggesting or recommending is that this go to staff to develop the framework for a pilot program, to define the proper governance parameters and oversight strategy and operating structure, then also make sure we understand fully the regulatory requirements here. So the city, the county level, and anything from Caltrans or FAA, so we can get clarity on that, and then the specific business case and the staff's recommendations.
All right, let me just pose a question or two, if I might. When we say a pilot program, I'm looking at one of these three events. I'm not really interested in a year-round kind of thing at all.
Right.
You had mentioned 30 days, let's say in connection with the Super Bowl. You had mentioned 30 days to put it up, leave it up, and then when the event's over, take it down.
Yeah, my understanding is that's what the sign companies use, the advertisers are used to. That's their cycle. It's about a week to install, 2+ weeks to display, and maybe 2 to 3 days, depending on wind, 2 to 3 days to take it down, because they have to use window washing rigs.
All right, so what does not interest me is a pilot program that leads into a year-round deal, and not just 6 buildings, but 12 buildings or 15 buildings and so forth. No doubt you saw the letter that came in from the Irvine company. I thought it was a very thoughtful letter about concerns expressed as to what this would do to our brand as carefully controlling signage, and I think to the credit of everyone, to the benefit of everyone. So would you be interested, and what would the benefit be for the city, in a pilot project that simply dealt with the Super Bowl and a couple of buildings perhaps in connection with the Super Bowl, time limited, location limited, and event limited? Just the one event. Does that interest you at all?
Yeah, no, absolutely, because I think it does still bring it. We're trying to lease office space, right? And not just in our building, but we want to make sure that absorption goes up throughout the IBC. It just helps for office. So any attention we can draw to the IBC, any good attention to the IBC, I mean, that's a positive. I think connecting Irvine to the events that are going on, the global events that are going on in Southern California is a positive. Yeah, I'd take that.
So you don't imagine this devolving into a building wrapped, lease space here, call such and such?
No. It would be, if it was the Super Bowl, it would be something related that you'd see that's Super Bowl related, something football related. I mean, it's going to be advertisers that you'd see ordinarily in and around a Super Bowl event. I mean, it'd be tied to that event, and specifically to that. And that's the difference, right? It's not a standalone. It's not a billboard. It's not a bumper sticker. It is not, and that's why I disagree on the Irvine company letter. I mean, this is something where it's going to be programmatic, tied to an event. You could have background colors that are tied to the event colors. I mean, it would be much more uniform going in, and that was the vision behind it. And I think that would be a great opportunity if we can do it for World Cup. Great, depending on how long that takes. But even if it's just Super Bowl and the Olympics, will be huge.
Let me just ask you one more question, and then I'll turn to my colleagues. If this were limited to the Super Bowl alone as a pilot project, how much in the way of revenue might the city receive from that, in your view?
Let me offer a thought on that, Mayor, if I can. There's a conversation that came up with Councilmember Liu at the HID meeting last week, which is trying to promote Super Bowl and our hotels now.
Right.
Because even though it seems like it's a long ways away, this is the time we should be marketing to attract people to our hotels for Super Bowl. I would suggest that if we make it a Super Bowl specific topic, that we would start marketing to provide that ad space sooner rather than later, because the official car, whether it's BMW or Mercedes or whatever it is, they've already identified that. So those are the kinds of opportunities I would suggest we would want to tease out and see if they were available sooner rather than later, even though it's a year off.
Agreed.
All right. I'll turn to my colleagues and let's hear from them, beginning with Councilmember Treseder, followed by Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
Thank you. I won't be asking any questions. If you want to sit down, I wouldn't hold it against you. So.
Okay. We can stand.
Okay. So thanks so much. I really appreciate the Chamber for reaching out about this very on a very baseline level. I am always looking for ways to improve our revenue for the city, trying to ease some of the pressures on our taxpayers. And I'm really welcome bringing in commercial money. I do have some reservations about this. First, it is in District 6, which is the poorest district in the city. Also, right now, they're not represented by a direct council member. Right now, they're represented by the mayor and then also me as an at-large member. But I do feel a bit uncomfortable moving forward with this without, the district representative being involved. We'll have one after November, but for now, we don't have a dedicated person. I'm trying to think about what the residents might want. If the ads were situated so only the motorists on the freeways would see it, then I would be willing to consider that. But just looking at the map that you put up, it looks like there's Irvine land on both sides of the freeway where those ads are going up. So if the ads are on one side of the freeway, facing the freeway, the folks who are in Irvine land on the other side will see those ads, and vice versa. Some of them may be residents, some may be office workers. It's not, I'm hesitant to open this up to ads like this. It's a bit more Las Vegas than Irvine, I would say. So that's another reason that I am concerned about it. Also, I just want to say, I did hear that Star Point Ventures is involved in some way in this, and this is Patrick Strader's firm. I've found that when Star Point Ventures is involved in a project, I really, really need to comb through that, the contracts and the documentation very carefully. And unfortunately, in the memo here, there wasn't a lot of information here. So I think that really the devil is in the details. And right now, just because of all these concerns that I have, I'm afraid that I don't think that I can support this. But hopefully with my feedback, then you'll kind of have an idea of where to go next if you need my vote. Thanks.
If I could, just for Star Point Ventures.
Please
talk
sorry. Into the microphone.
Sorry, for Star Point Ventures, their involvement simply for us is that they do some land use consulting for us. We don't understand the city process, and we knew that they did. And that's it.
Okay.
They're not a partner in this or in any way, shape, or form.
Well, it's good to have it confirmed that they're involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Treseder. Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
Okay, I do have some questions, and I'm also like very supportive about advertising and marketing. But I want to know who's going to be managing those advertisements. Is there going to be like an RFQ that the city is going to put in order to bring a lot of advertising companies so they can go and get the best? What I'm saying is that I don't want monopoly. I don't want one company to be managing that sole advertisement. I want to make a bid for many advertising agencies that can go after companies that can bring these. I think that's the fair thing to do. The second, who owns the buildings in that area? And are they going to be only offices?
First off, in terms of who controls it, who owns it, they're all different. They're different owners. I mean, so a couple are the folks we've talked to and that we've looked at. A couple are office buildings. A couple are hotels. One's a garage. At Irvine Concourse, it would be their 6-level garage around the front. It seems to have the most visibility, and there's also an association overlay there. So all of the building owners participate in the savings revenue that generates expense savings of the garage, whereas if it was an office building, it might only be one. So every structure is going to be a little bit different. But to your point, I think I agree with you. It should be open market. Every building owner is going to want to go to their own signage company, their own marketing company, go out and try to get the best deals. That's what we'd want to do.
And the other thing, instead of wrapping the buildings with, I don't know how they do it to be semi-permanent, can they do just lights instead of, so it can just be at nighttime, during the day it's just like clean? I don't know.
Like a projector?
Yeah, projectors.
I'm not sure, we didn't look at that. It's not impossible. There's definitely 4D projection systems that they'll put on buildings. I'm sure Caltrans won't want anything that's motion or moving. But if it was just something uplit, I could look at it. We hadn't considered it.
Yeah.
Are you done? Oh, all right. Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Franco. I'll turn to Councilmember Carroll, then Vice Mayor Mai. Go ahead, Councilmember Carroll.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you both for presenting. It's good to see our amazing CEO of the Greater Irvine Chamber, Dave Cafaro, again. Thank you again for that. I just want to clarify some information. It is a good thing knowing that you work with Starpoint Ventures. Starpoint Ventures entitled basically the entire Irvine business complex over the last 40 years. Starpoint Ventures has multiple members, and the person that Councilmember Treseder talked about was not involved because, as I recall, I received a call from Tim Strader Jr., who's done a lot of entitlement work for all the major developments, Avalon Bay and everybody else, and also worked with 5 Point to entitle the entire Gray Park neighborhoods, and also worked to entitle the most amazing sports park in the entire United States of America, the Great Park. It was their idea to come up with it, working with 5 Point, and whose founder incorporated the city of Irvine 50 years ago. So it's okay that you're working with Starpoint Ventures, for me. Putting that aside, and I want to stay true to just with the fidelity to a commitment I made to the colleague you're standing next to, who is also a dear friend, for reasons that I'm just going to kind of leave on the table. I'm happy to talk to you, continue dialogue. I can't support this. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Carroll. Vice Mayor Mai.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mayor, for putting this on here and for continually thinking about the city and how we can generate revenue and get creative. Thank you for that. I want to thank you, David Cafaro, CEO of Greater Chamber as well. We work very closely together. We saw each other earlier and probably 3-4 times a week as well. I really respect you bringing this forward as well, and the owner of Lakeshore as well. For me, I'm very pro-business. I'm very pro-creative in terms of generating revenue and also wanting to see Irvine businesses succeed, especially landowners and people that own property here. I understand the business, I understand the vacancy, and I understand the need to generate revenue. Well, there is a benefit to the city. It's also my job and our job up here to protect the city as well, protect our way of life, and that comes before anything. That is number one priority for me. And I'm sure it's number one priority for many of us. And we have to take that in consideration when we try to bring more revenue to the city. We really have to protect our residents first. And my concerns, stem from people that are living in the area or surrounding area looking at a big billboard. Who knows what's going to be in there? The risk is, there's a big risk, and I really don't even see why we should even do a pilot, because the pilot is going to be successful. There's no doubt a pilot would be successful. It will bring in money. It will bring in revenue, and when you do something that brings in revenue, people are going to want to continue doing that, and people will fight for that, and they have a justification saying it brought in X amount. Let's bring in more for the city. There's no need to really do a pilot for this. And Irvine has a certain way of life. People come here to live here for a reason. I don't think that the appetite is to see advertisements and billboards along freeways. I think that there's just a certain way of life in Irvine that has been protected. It has been master planned and developed. I don't think that this is part of it. Maybe it works in Los Angeles or Las Vegas, but I really don't want to support this in Irvine, so I'll be voting no against this.
Councilmember, thank you, Vice Mayor Mai. Councilmember Liu.
Thank you. I want to echo some of my council colleagues' comments that we are obviously always trying to see how we can bring in extra revenues for the city and as well as promote business at the same time. But having said that, Vice Mayor, you did touch on a point that one of my concerns is that Irvine is a suburb, and I know that we are talking about, a short stretch of the freeway, which is busy, but between two exits. And so one of my concerns is when we're talking about a wrap, are we talking about being visible from other sides of the building besides just the freeway? How do we keep it on just the side of the freeway? I mean, I'm all for promoting Irvine, trying to bring more business and tourism here, and obviously the events like, Super Bowl, FIFA, Olympics. If we can bring it in a way without losing the characteristics of Irvine, that will be something that, that I could support. But at the same time, I could hear people say, we're not LA. And I don't know how much of an appetite that there is for residents. That will be our first primary concerns, because we are looking out for residents here, and that's our job as the council. And obviously, there will have to be severe limitations on the size and the content of these posters, and what will be, and which buildings, whether there's a setback, can it be seen from a surface street? I would hope that it wouldn't be. If I'm just driving down a street, along the freeway, I don't want to see that. So with that said, is it even worth it for us to invest in a program? I mean, I really don't know at this point. So is it worth it for us to be investing in designing a program like that? And would that bring enough of a return to the city to make it worth it? And then obviously there's also that concern that the slippery slope. I mean, obviously we as the council will be able to control that, but those are all legitimate concerns. I would hope to have an answer for all these questions, and I don't know if you do, and if you do, please answer them.
Yeah, I would suggest that we gave kind of the overview of what we've analyzed. We've looked at similar districts in other communities. But I think to get into the level of depth around the controls, that's something that we would ask staff to help analyze and come back to council with.
If I could, just the one question you asked on the building wrap. Building wrap is a generic term. That's what they call it, a wrap, even if it's just one side. At Lakeshore, we're looking at one half of one side. I don't know if you know our building at all, but there's concrete aggregate panels with a solid glass vertical surface. It would just be the glass vertical surface because that architecturally that fits in where you could put the wrap on that piece and leave the rest of the building alone. So it would only be a small piece facing the 405, and the intent from the beginning has been only, anyone who's going to participate is only a side facing the freeway. Irvine Concourse, it would just be it's sort of a arced shaped garage facing the 405. That would only be that side, facing the 405. Lakeshore would only be the 405. If it was the Sonesta Hotel, who would be into the Sonesta and the Marriott are both interested, and I think that'd be good programs for them for obvious reasons. Theirs would be a side facing the 405 or an end cap facing the 405 or perpendicular to the 405. But
it would look like just AI graphics, I'm sure.
Right. Unless there is a motion, we'll consider this item concluded. Thank you, gentlemen, and good luck to you. Thank you very much. And with that, we've concluded the agenda. Do you have a question, Mr. Melchi? No? All right. With that, we've concluded the agenda, and I would welcome a motion to adjourn at this time.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Carroll, seconded by Councilmember Treseder to adjourn tonight's meeting. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treseder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Agran.
Yes.
Carry 7-0.
All right. Meeting's adjourned.